Recording in progress.
All right, good evening and welcome to the April 10th, 2025 meeting of the Brookline School Committee. In addition to the 7 of us around the table, we have Val Frias and Mariah Nobrega joining remotely. I'll start with our administrative business by moving the consent agenda, which is just the minutes from March 6th, 2025 and March 13th, 2025. Second from Suzanne, thank you. Any discussion before we move to a vote? All right, Jesse.
Yes.
Sarah.
Yes.
Stephen.
Yes.
Suzanne.
Yes.
Helen.
Yes.
Carolyn.
Yes.
Val.
Yes.
Mariah.
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. All right, so next up we have the superintendent's report, including the spotlight on excellence.
All right, good evening, everyone. We will share a few slides with you tonight, and then we have 2 special presentations that will happen at the end that are both under our spotlight on excellence. So first up, we want to give a shout out to Rebecca Palacios. Each month, the Massachusetts Farm to School and the Massachusetts Department of Elementary and Secondary Education run the terrific tray competition with the goal of highlighting exceptional meals using local ingredients. Brookline won an all-vegan school meal featuring kelp meatballs, cilantro lime rice, salad, and veggies from local farms and herbs from the BHS Indoor Garden. In May, everyone will have the opportunity to vote for the terrific tray of the year at https://bit.ly/ for us older people, vote-2025TT. And the winner will be featured at the Healthy Kids Healthy Program Summit. And the deadline to cast your vote is May 9th. Professional learning for Fish Tank with the ELA curriculum that has been adopted. The Office of Teaching and Learning has held 2 literacy PD sessions to implement our new curriculum, Fish Tank, thanks to the leadership of Kristen Gray, the literacy specialists and teacher partners as well. These sessions have been interactive and well received. Our literacy specialists and K-5 teachers are excited as they explore the curriculum together. Our MTSS support, the Office of Teaching and Learning, also held a full-day summit to build out the MTSS support model. The MTSS planning team engaged in activities and learning to clearly define the rationale for updating MTSS goals and the corresponding revised strategy, developed clear and actionable definitions for Tier 2 and Tier 3 instruction, outlining specific parameters for implementation to guide consistent and effective support for students, as well as drafted an assessment map that clearly outlines the purpose, timing, and tiers of all key assessments facilitating data-driven decision making. And with that, I'm going to turn to our spotlights. Tonight, the town recently held a contest which encouraged students to design I voted stickers for the upcoming town elections. Tonight, we are joined by Town Clerk Ben Kaufman to recognize the finalists and announce the winning I voted sticker contest designs.
Thank you, Superintendent Guillory, Chair Liu, and the committee. I'm Ben Kaufman. I am the town clerk here in Brookline. Starting in 2024, we introduced the first of Brookline's new I Voted stickers. We partnered with a local artist by the name of Caroline Barnes to do a sticker that we used at the November election. And after that success, we wanted to expand our outreach and our engagement on the sticker a little bit more. And the idea we had was to reach out to some of the incredibly talented students that we have here in Brookline. So we opened up a design competition for K-8 students in Brookline. Those could be students in the Brookline schools or go to school in another school in Brookline. They did not have to be a Brookline resident. We ended up having a tremendous amount of success from the competition. We had more than 90 students submit designs. which was a really, really phenomenal number to see. It was very hard to narrow those designs down. I can tell you there were 91 that I wanted to keep, but a panel that we had put together, which included Superintendent Guillory and Chair Liu, among others, helped narrow it down to 9 finalists that were put up to a public vote. Over 1,100 people voted over a week in March to come up with actually not 1, but 3 stickers that we're going to be using at the upcoming May election. I believe on the next slide we have some of the finalists, and if the committee will allow me, I just want to acknowledge each of the students who designed these stickers in no particular order. Nova C, a 2nd grader from Lawrence School, Alara A, a 4th grader from Runkle, Hannah C, a 4th grader from Pierce, Nyla A, a 5th grader from Baker, Neve A, a 2nd grader from Runkle, and Aliyah G, a 5th grader from Lincoln, all were finalists, which was very, very exciting. Even though they will not be made into the official sticker, their designs will be part of Election Day. They're going to be made into buttons that our poll workers are going to wear on Election Day. So keep an eye out for the buttons that our poll workers are going to be wearing. The 3 stickers that did win actually each fell into a category based by grade. So on the next slide, we'll have those 3 winning stickers. I believe we have a dramatic review. Sloan M, a 1st grader from Lawrence, did this unicorn sticker because I truly believe elections are magical. I think there should be another one if you click. There we go. Genevieve B, a 4th grader from the Driscoll School, did a turkey-inspired sticker, which is a nice callback to our November sticker, as well as the lovely turkeys that we have here in Brookline, who are fierce advocates for what they believe in, as I hope everybody who shows up to vote is. And the first place sticker was a sticker designed by Vivian B, an 8th grader at the Runkle School, which is of downtown Coolidge Corner with a Green Line train coming through. So all 3 of these stickers are going to be available starting April 26th for early voting, as well as on May 6th for Election Day. If you're voting by mail, just pop on into a polling place and let them know, and I'm sure they'll let you have a sticker. Certainly if you see any of these students, please thank them. I do want to make sure that I give an appreciation to the panelists, Town Administrator Carey, Superintendent Guillory, School Committee Chair Andy Liu, as well as Chair of the Brookline Commission for the Arts, Andy Dean, and President of the League of Women Voters, Felina Silver, for helping be on that panel. A special thank you to Christina Metcalf from the Town Administrator's Office, who did 99% of this work, even though I take 99% of the credit. And I want to make sure I also thank Mama's Delicatessen, the Brookline Booksmith, and the Brookline Recreation Department, who donated gift cards and swimming passes for the winning designs. It's always excellent to see our community come together to support elections, both by voting, but also through our businesses. Most of all, I want to make sure I thank the students who submitted. 91 students put a lot of work into these designs. They were really, really incredible. Every single one was better than whatever I could have possibly come up with. All of them are going to be getting a button of their sticker that they can wear. Many of theirs will also be made into buttons for Election Day. And for all of those students, I hope that they keep this in mind when they are old enough that elections are important, elections are not scary, and they want to make sure that they show up and they vote. So stickers are available starting April 26th. Election Day is on May 6th. Make sure you have a plan to vote, and make sure you talk to the young people in your life about why voting also matters. Thank you so much.
Next up, we will turn our attention to Roland Hayes School. Our Spotlight on Excellence tonight shines a light at the Roland Hayes School 2nd grade Community Wants and Needs project. The Hayes 2nd graders engaged with some of our town leaders and staff members to broaden their understanding of how a town works and what it means to be a member of the community. Now let's see if I have my audio set correctly for this to work.
School Committee, April 10th, 2025. We're going to be a unit of study that happened much earlier in the school year. Community Wants and
Can people
Needs
hear
with
that?
our grade 2 students.
We can't hear it remotely.
We thank Karen Joshua and Amy Truesdale, the two lead teachers in the grade, and our two paraprofessionals working.
How should we do that?
Closely with those students in that grade.
We're working on it.
When I share,
Before you pull it up, go to,
share with sound. So do I leave it on mute at that point? Share with sound. Is that gonna work?
So we're just excellent staff members supporting our kids, and then of course,
Is it
our
working?
second grade students themselves.
no.
Let's get started on this project. Second grade students at Hayes School wanted to learn about their community as part of their social studies.
Maybe, Betsy, do you have it?
We're still working on it. Thanks for your patience.
Do you have it?
Hello, and welcome to Roland Hayes' School Spotlight on Excellence tonight here at School Committee, April 10th, 2025. We are going to be talking about a unit of study that happened much earlier in the school year, Community Wants and Needs, with our grade 2 students. To begin, we thank Karen Joshua and Amy Truesdale, the two lead teachers in the grade, and then our two paraprofessionals working closely with those students in that grade, Miss Carla and Miss Denise, both of whom are just excellent staff members supporting our kids, and then, of course, our second grade students themselves. Let's get started on this project. The second grade students at Hayes School wanted to learn about their community as a part of their social studies unit called Community Wants and Needs. We, and by we, the royal we is the teachers, reached out to Christina Metcalf, the town communications officer for Brookline, and she helped us connect with several guest visitors from various town departments so that the students could learn more about different ways that Brookline meets the needs of our community. Along the way, they made many, many connections with people who work here in and for the town. Aaron Norris, the economic development planner for Brookline, came to talk about public art and how it helps the community. He led the students in a design project for public art, and their work was displayed in Town Hall. Christina Metcalf, again, communications officer for Brookline, came to engage the students in the first ever student survey about recreation programs for the town. She also taught the students about her job and why communication is so important in a community. And she helped them to write a group Mad Lib public service announcement, which was actually really super fun. Ben Kaufman, the town clerk for Brookline, came to explain the election process for the town, and the children designed their own future voter buttons, which was exciting. Some of the kids actually believed they would be voting today, and we had to break it to them that they had to wait quite a long time, as they are only 8 years old. So then our students eventually during this unit of study got out into the field, and along with the guest speakers, the teachers arranged 2 field trips to the local fire station and the Waterworks Museum. And you'll see pictures here of one of a bunch of kids in the back of an ambulance, learning what happens in an ambulance. They also, as you saw in an earlier picture, rode the fire pole down. They spent a lot of time at the fire station, which is right adjacent to our school. Then at the Waterworks Museum, there's some pictures here. They learned about how the fire department works to keep our community safe. And when we got a tour of the fire trucks and learned about the EMTs and other services provided. At the Waterworks Museum, we learned all about the importance of clean water for our community and saw the history of how water systems have changed over time here in Brookline. They also got some video support and made their own video. And here's a video from Chaz Carey, town administrator.
Hello, Hayes School second graders. My name is Chaz Carey, and I'm Brookline's town administrator. That means I have the job of making sure everything runs on a day-to-day basis. And I work with people like Mr. Aaron, Mr. Ben, and Miss Christina to help make this town a wonderful place to live and visit. And I do that by listening to the people who live here and work here and trying to figure out what their wants and needs are so that we can do the most good for the largest number of people. I want to thank you for all of your hard work that you've been doing to make the community a better place. I love your public art ideas. I've heard about you filling out those surveys, and you've even been learning about voting. I'm especially thankful and proud of the work you've been doing for the Brookline Food Pantry, with your food drive and the craft sale. That's a really important thing that makes this community a better place. I'm very happy to see that you're interested in local government, and I hope you keep that up. I hope you continue to be a part of local government. Local government is really the place where people can do the most good for the most people in their communities. I really believe that, and I hope in your learning about this, you may come to believe that too. So please keep involved, please stay in touch, and please continue to do such good work in your part of the community so that all of us can make Brookline a better place.
What's so great about these moments with the town administrators is that we're making local service and local government really real for our students and very tangible so that they know that they're a part of a community, not just one individual in a school. They can see themselves as a greater whole. And we're really appreciative for everybody, including Chaz here, who took the time to spend with our kids. Then our students began their work directly with the Brookline Emergency Food Pantry, working with Elizabeth Bowen, who's the director there. Elizabeth is also a former Hayes parent, so we have a lovely connection with her. She keeps coming back and back year after year to support our kids, which is amazing. As the culminating project for this unit, we asked the students how they could address a need in the community. And again, they invited Elizabeth Bowen, the director of the Brookline Food Pantry, to come speak to us about how the food pantry operates and helps people in our community get the food they need. She encouraged the students to get involved by donating food items, having a fundraiser, and even volunteering at the food pantry when they get older. The second graders were really excited about the idea of having a food drive at school and also wanted to use their time, talents, and treasure to have a craft sale fundraiser for the food pantry. And this is how they launched their food drive here at the school.
Hello, Hayes School. Everyone in second grade has been learning about community wants and needs. We learned that some people in our community don't have the food they need. We also learned that people who need food can get it from the place called the Brookline Food Pantry. The Brookline Food Pantry has lots of free, healthy food for people who need it. The director of the Brookline Food Pantry told us that we could help, and so can all of you. Second graders are having a food drive.
We're collecting food to donate to the Brookline Food Pantry.
This will help people in our community.
Bring donations to the main lobby from December 9th to 13th.
Please bring non-perishable items like soup, rice, and oatmeal, honey, coffee, canned fruits, and vegetables. Pasta, tomato sauce, and cooking oil. Thank you, High School!
Pretty special. The food drive was a pretty big success. The kids made posters that were all over the school, and you'll see a poster here. Each one was individually made, so we have maybe 50 different posters, each one of them really beautiful, and the kids each took their time making these really, really beautiful and elaborately drawn posters to get everyone's attention. They made the posters and the video advertisement to let the whole school community know about the food drive. The kids collected food items for 1 week, and on Friday counted them and sent them to the food pantry. In total, they collected 423 food items. So our whole entire lobby really became a collection point, and we were overwhelmed by the generosity of our people in our community. Then they had a fundraiser, and the students got to work crafting and created items, bookmarks, paintings, ornaments, bracelets, etc., to sell at a fundraiser. Parents and school staff were invited to attend, and students loved using their creative talents and then selling their work for a good cause. And through the fundraiser, they raised over $340 to donate to the food pantry, which is really amazing. I know I bought a few things. My house is filled with little bookmarks, beautiful bookmarks that we use for our books at home. And then finally, the end results. The end results, I think you'll be able to extrapolate from this, are that a lot of good feelings, kids really feeling connected to their community, have a much deeper understanding of how Brookline works. But essentially, the title of the unit of study was Understanding Community Wants and Needs. And then, beautifully, how the community comes together to meet those needs. The teachers, our paraprofessionals, the entire school were really proud of these kids and all the work they did. And moreover, the kids were really proud of their own contributions to the community and felt connected with each other and the good work going on in our town. So that is a brief presentation tonight. I apologize that this is not in person. I'm actually away. I'm leaving tonight. I'm on an airplane heading out to Las Vegas for a conference, thanks to the BEF. Very thankful for that opportunity as well, but did not want to delay any further in getting this good information out to you guys, because we're doing amazing work here at the Roland Hayes School. This is a snapshot of one grade and one point in time of how we're trying our best to make a real difference, not only in the lives of our students, but in the greater community in total. So thank you for watching. I look forward to connecting with all of you in the future and answering any questions you might have, or hearing that warm feedback that you'll have for our kids and our teachers here at the school. Thank you so much, and enjoy the rest of tonight.
Thank you so much to the Hayes community. And without further ado, our Public Schools of Brookline Spotlight on Excellence is awarded to Hayes School's second grade Community Wants and Needs Project in recognition of the Community Wants and Needs Project, which allowed the Hayes second grade students to better understand how a community operates and engages in experiential opportunities to work collaboratively and to make a difference. And so we will present them their award when I go and visit the Hayes School.
Great, thank you, Dr. Guillory. So this takes us to public comment. We have 12 speakers signed up tonight, each of whom has the floor for 3 minutes. And our first speaker is Daniel Lipton.
Good evening. My name is Daniel Lipton. I'm a Brookline teacher, parent, and resident. You probably know I'm going to sing tonight, though I have some laryngitis, so won't be my best. But I first want to emphasize a few points. Though it may not officially be in the list of budget cuts, the potential grade 2 section reduction is a huge concern for many of us at FRR. I would like to thank our fantastic principal, Candace Whitmore, and her administrative team, members of the school committee, and members of our FRR PTO for helping us to advocate for this important cause. Also, please save base. They are an important part of PSB. And on that note, do you hear the teachers sing, singing a song of union women and men who will not be riffed or laid off or bumped again? When the beating of the heart echoes the beating of the drums, we won't let our schools be stripped bare when tomorrow comes. Recently, over 60 staff at FRR signed a petition. We need 5 sections at each grade level under any condition. With our large EL population, low-income students, and TLC, we are unique. 5-section stability is what we seek. We need to keep all of our education innovators. We need to keep all of our curriculum coordinators. Don't wait to add people back in August when it's too late. We need time to plan ahead and deserve to know our fate. Enrichment and learning for all is always a strong case. So why are we thinking of making cuts at base? With a little creative thinking and support from you, base has the potential to bring in much needed revenue. We know that you have heart and can do the right thing. You brought back learning centers, custodians, and food servicing. But we need you to do even more. Bridge the budget gap without making our schools poor. We always serve with pride. We've supported every override. Please advocate for more money from the town. Don't let your staff and students down. Would rather be at home planning our lessons than standing here before you. But sometimes singing from Les Mis is what you gotta do. We are all people wanting to work for the benefit of each and every kid. We are thankful for the audit that the town did. Please listen to your heart. Don't let our wonderful schools fall apart. Keep all our jobs, show us your grace. And don't forget that even base does student face. And totally changing the topic, but that's what song bridges are for. Please honor the hard work of Principal Candace Whitmore. Do you hear the teacher sing, singing a song of union women and men who will not be riffed or laid off or bumped again? When the beating of the heart echoes the beating of the drums, we won't let our schools be stripped bare when tomorrow comes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lipton. Our second speaker is Matt Rosenthal.
Hi, good evening. My name is Matthew Rosenthal, the K-8 Math Curriculum Coordinator. I've been supporting Brookline students, teachers, and families since 2015. I'm asking you to maintain the K-8 Curriculum Coordinator positions as they are currently constituted. Full-time K-8 Math, K-8 English, K-8 Science, and K-8 Social Studies. Yesterday, in this room, I participated in a full-day workshop on the district's implementation of a multi-tiered system of supports for next school year. Why would I be invited to support this work if my role were not in the plans for next year? K-8 coordinators have a significant impact on student outcomes. We are living the teaching and learning goal in the strategic plan. With a scope and sequence and common assessments, the student experience is cohesive across all schools. We are able to track student progress during the year, and because we are K-8 over multiple years. The strategic plan describes professional learning communities. In math, our team has been coordinated to meet with teachers to examine student work and progress, determine their conceptual understanding, and figure out what students need from additional support to enrichment. In last year's 8th grade math MCAS, our schools ranked number 1, 3, 4, and 5 in the state in number of students meeting and exceeding expectations. This was the first cohort of students to use our new curriculum when they were in 3rd grade. Success in 8th grade is an accumulation of support from all teachers and specialists from kindergarten all the way up. A cohesive curriculum coordinated across the district plays a role in these outcomes. Without our coordination across K-8, student outcomes will worsen, there will be less consistency across schools and greater disparities among groups of students. K-8 coordinators meet the needs of 250 teachers. We are the go-to people for an incident regarding a current event, a book discussion about immigration, a question about the high school placement of a student with significant needs, a new student several years below grade level, a parent who asks that their child skip a grade or isn't being challenged, a fish tank that's malfunctioning, needing current and past achievement data, needing lesson plans when teachers are out for extended periods, which is more than you think, needing additional resources for intervention, consulting with special education or the Department of English learners, seeking new approaches or latest trends in our field. Alternatives have been proposed, such as having a generalist administrator or having us teach a core class, neither of which is viable. For the former, we offer content expertise. In second grade, I asked students on the spot probing questions to extend their thinking while simultaneously grabbing connecting cubes to help kids who needed physical model to understand the material. Generalist administrators cannot do this. For the latter, this is not analogous to high school department heads who teach a class and whose whole department is in one school. We are spread among 8 schools and need to travel among buildings within a day. The scope of the job, from in-class support to behind-the-scenes coordination, is extensive. We support all of K-8 because our schools are set up that way, K-8. Finally, this has been a challenging 2 months for everyone. We continue to differentiate the curriculum, problem solve around students, prepare students for MCAS, organize professional development for the spring, the summer, and the fall, and write summative evaluations of staff. We do not want our children left behind because they are not getting the depth of content from someone who is not a content specialist. We want all students K-8 to be prepared for the rich resources at Brookline High School. I ask that you maintain our current positions as full-time K-8 coordinators. Thank you again for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Rosenthal. Our next speaker is Greg Porter.
Still on? Okay. Greetings again, everyone. My name is Greg Porter, and I'm the K-8 Social Studies Curriculum Coordinator. You've heard from my colleague, Dr. Rosenthal, and I over the past month how valuable the coordinator role is to teachers and students here in Brookline. Further away? Like here is better? Yes. Oh, sorry about that. In past public comments, we've spoken about the diverse job responsibilities that we have, how everything we do is student-facing and has a direct impact on students, how we're central to departmental data collection, analysis, dissemination, and decision-making, and that there would be a loss of institutional and departmental knowledge that would occur if our roles were cut. We've talked about the lack of true savings associated with cutting the coordinator roles in all of the configurations that have been presented, particularly when most of us would need to be offered a Unit A position that will cost the district significantly more than the educator we would be replacing, respectfully. We've shared the lack of clarity regarding where our work will live once we're gone. Will it go to the teachers' overflowing plates, the building administrators' overflowing plates, the decreasing number of central administrators, or a new option, no one? There's a real possibility that key components of the work that we do every day that's essential to the schools will be picked up by no one, contributing to the deterioration of the quality of education here in Brookline. I'll add to that list other impacted areas that are district-wide, things like misaligned or unaligned K-5 progress reports, the creation and use of a program review process, the creation and use of a professional development plan, the creation and use of a community response to world events, time-sensitive collaboration and support of building-based responses and crises, the evaluation of nearly 100 educators, and the direct support for educator leaves. All of our areas, both of departmental and district work, are directly connected to the strategic plan. And you've heard from hundreds of educators, administrators, and families advocating on our behalf. And despite all of this turmoil, we continue to deliver high-quality support across 8 schools and 9 grades. It is an honor and a privilege to do what we do. And that service that we are here to do is what keeps me coming back. Hearing Roland Hayes, 2nd grade, talk about their unit of study, seeing a 2nd grade teacher literally modeling civic action at the top of his lungs for the last 2 months, that inspires me, and that's what keeps me coming back. I'll conclude with this. One of the most difficult parts about budgeting is that in a school is that people make up 90% of the budget, and leaders are asked to separate the person from the role in order to make difficult decisions. I understand that. And at the same time, I'd like to share with you the words I've shared with teachers in the social studies department as we've undergone monumental change. If teachers make up 90% of the budget, they are not our greatest cost. They are our greatest asset. When you invest in your assets, you are investing in what is best for your organization. The social studies department invests in teachers because it helps us create the best learning environments for our students. Based on what you've heard of our roles, the return on the district investment in the K-8 coordinators is extremely high, and maintaining our role through this crisis will be central to the continued success of the public schools of Brookline. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Porter. Our next speaker is Darby Neff-Fair.
Good evening, everybody, and thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Darby Neffier. I use the pronouns she, hers, and I've had the privilege of serving as the coordinator of counseling and guidance at Brookline High School for the past 10 years. In this role, I lead and support our counselors and generalist social workers who are essential in helping our students navigate the many challenges they face. As a school counselor myself for over 38 years, I've never seen challenges as profound as they are today. Many of our students are facing mental health challenges, which have intensified since the pandemic, and we cannot ignore the impact it's having on their academic and emotional well-being. Brookline High is an excellent educational institution. There's a heavy weight of stress for many students. While stress is a normal part of life, when it's rooted in academic pressure, food insecurity, or uncertainty about their future, it becomes a barrier to success. As of today, 25 BHS students have had to receive intensive outside mental health treatment. And in a recent panorama screening, that was revealed that 55% of our students report feeling challenging emotions, up from 37% just a few years ago. We need to continue the support we offer our students, especially those at risk of not graduating. There are currently 54 students in grades 10, 11, and 12 who are at grave risk to earn the credits needed for them to graduate. And this does not yet include the students who are struggling in grade 9. Federal funding is uncertain, and state support for mental health is also at risk of cuts. However, we must prioritize the support our students need, including maintaining essential roles like school counselors and social workers. Students become more limited in their learning when their emotional health is not stable, and these professionals are vital for the well-being of our students, offering both academic guidance and emotional support. Currently, our counselors have caseloads of 190 to 207 students, and 40% of students have identified their counselor as their go-to person for support at the school. The student support teamwork offered by deans, educators, and other key school personnel should not be deflated due to the budget. The social work team at BHS has already experienced a cut this year from 5 social workers to 4. The current plan is to continue with only 4 generalist social workers at BHS for next year. Current social work caseloads have jumped to between 25 and 40 students per counselor caseload and are now maxed out. We have had to create a wait list for support for the rest of this school year. Reducing these positions further undermines our commitment to equity and wellness as outlined by the PSB strategic plan. Over the past decade, initiatives like Data Team and Student Intervention Team have been essential in identifying at-risk students and providing early interventions. These efforts, along with our school-wide work on trauma-informed teaching and community practices, must continue, and staff cuts would hinder this critical momentum. In conclusion, the challenges our students face are growing, not shrinking. It is critical that we provide stable, ongoing support for their academic and emotional needs. I urge all of us to continue investing in the resources necessary to ensure that every student at Brookline High has the opportunity to thrive. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you, Ms. Neffier. Our next speaker is Megan Kennedy Justice.
All right, you're gonna have to let me know if I need to adjust the mic. I'm here to talk tonight about the role of BHS deans in maintaining safety and building community at Brookline High School. I currently teach math to 77 students, over 60% of whom have IEPs, 504s, ICAPs, or other needs. Some examples of how the deans at BHS have made it possible for me to teach more effectively include that I have called for a dean when a student is dysregulated to the extent that they are disrupting class or otherwise not able to function. A dean has come to get the student immediately. I've called a dean when a student smells like marijuana. The dean has come, or a dean has come, as soon as possible. I've called the emergency number, the 5444, for another teacher who had a fight break out in the middle of their classroom. I typically rely on deans more often for their support outside of class. While I almost always include parents on any emails of concern, I also rely on a student's dean to tell me what the most effective approach is for a particular student. It isn't always contacting a parent first. I reach out to a dean if a student is having difficulty attending class consistently, is chronically disruptive at a lower level, or is having social difficulties in my class, is regularly falling asleep in my class, has been caught cheating, or is in danger of failing my class. I reach out to a dean if I hear from a student that someone else in the class or in another class is being bullied or otherwise might be being victimized, that another student is a potential threat to themselves. In addition, many times I've been in a dean's office when a student has just come right in, dysregulated and needing attention. Usually they knock first, but not always. They see their dean as a supportive adult, even when the dean has had to administer consequences to them. Deans know their students on their caseload better than I do. Unlike me, they have a 4-year relationship with them. They spend hours building these relationships and providing students with the support they need. Our neediest students need the most support in order to keep them safe and to keep the rest of the community safe at the high school. And the dean spearheads both the students' academic team and their emotional support team. Deans are critical to building the community fabric at BHS that keeps us safe. Deans bear the main charge of creating culture among students and also among teachers of freedom and responsibility that we value. Indeed, with each interaction, the deans spend much of their time educating students about something that's more important than academics: how to be a good person and a responsible citizen in the world. It is a mystery to me why we're considering cutting our administration, our deans. Dean cuts will mean that deans have less time for the critical work of intervening in situations before they become problems, as well as educating students as they administer consequences for students' poor choices. At BHS, student safety depends on building, creating, and maintaining a robust sense of community. Eliminating deans will threaten this.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy Justice. Our next speaker is Barbara Brown.
Hello, friends. Hello, friends. Is this good? I'm speaking on a different topic, and it's hard to come after such moving, critical comments that have come before. But I want to talk about Brookline Adult Ed because my family has participated and enjoyed it and benefited from it since 1930s. Starting with my mother-in-law, who arrived in the United States without a high school because there was no high school near where she lived in Canada. She went and got her GED, and from there she was able to get her LPN, and from there she was able to do the nursing she wanted to do all her life. I live in her house with her son. So I want to just tell you where I've come into this. I'm sorry, I forgot my glasses. I'm just beginning my perspective on it. It's been part of my. No, I'll just pretend I can read what I see. Okay, my first time with Brookline Adult Ed was when I signed up for a meditation class. I'm not sure it was the greatest class, but it told me that I wanted to do some more of that. And since then, I've gone on week-long retreats, and it's part of my daily life, and it's made my daily life better. I wouldn't have done that if it had been started with all-day retreats. But having a little class 1 day a week introduced me to the theme, and that's one of the advantages of a program like Brookline Adult Ed. In the 80s, I taught a course on apartheid in South Africa, and 2 of my students went on to become regular organizers against apartheid. Then I started teaching classes on, through Adult Ed. I've led 16 walking tours on Hidden Brookline, slavery and freedom in our town. And without an organization like that, it would be very difficult for a tiny organization such as ours to find an audience. Brookline Adult Ed does it. They do it efficiently, they do it easily, and I love them. And by the way, my next public adult education tour is on April 27th on Sunday at 2 p.m. I don't think I've seen any of you on any of my previous tours, and maybe not any of you. And so you can sign up. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Our next speaker is Arthur Conquest.
Good evening. I was with Helen, I don't know, less than an hour ago. I got here. Thank you, okay. I will, okay, thank you. Barbara, I've been on one of your tours. And enjoyed it. And enjoyed it.
Mega's now making a film of them.
Arthur Wellington Conquest III, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 6, Chair of the Advisory Board of BASI. I'm here this evening to speak briefly in support of the organization, hoping you'll give it a chance to live, survive. Irving Schwartz, the former assistant director to Linda Lawson, the founding director, was the first person I met when I arrived to Brookline the first week of September 1982. Over the years, BASI has accomplished a variety of incredible achievements that have benefited Brookline High School, the town of Brookline, children and adults from the vulnerable population, from public housing in particular. In its heyday, Linda Lawson, the founding director, purchased computers for a lab in Brookline High School, funded and supported the copying center, created under Malcolm Wynn the first basketball camp during spring vacation, the summer camp fair, to name just a few initiatives BASI was responsible for creating. First, presently, BASI is not operating with a deficit. Second, not the school committee or the school department's fault, but say 5 years back, approximately $400,000 mysteriously disappeared from BASI's revolving fund. And third, the program is still trying to recover from COVID. To put our situation in some kind of perspective, the summer before COVID hit, BASI's summer program grossed $1 million. We're hoping at some point, that we can get back to that. What is more, but not related, the former director was terminated. In keeping with Linda Lawson's vision, BASI is still providing administrative support and services to the economically underserved population with the school department's music program, a worthwhile undertaking. Michelle, Trevette, and the other staff are working as hard as they possibly can, crawling and scraping feverishly from the dungeons. I'm asking here this evening that you give them a chance to remain doing so. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I'd be happy to respond to questions you may have. But just let me say one more thing. I have 2 children, all right? Both of them are adults. Who knows? I don't want to show my age. They both are college graduates. My son in computer engineering, from Morehouse, my daughter from Georgetown, and from Yale Medical School. I'm telling you this. It would have not happened had it not been for the Brookline Adult and Community Ed. And I mean that. Along with 23 other Black children from Brookline, many of them from the housing development, many of them from Medco. That's what the Brookline Adult and Community Education means to this community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Conquest. Our next speaker is Errol Silverman.
Thank you, Arthur. That was fantastic. And I thank everyone here for your service. I know this isn't an easy job. It's going to be a challenging meeting for everyone. So I promise to keep it extremely short because it's going to be a long meeting and we all want to get home to our families. My name is Errol Silverman and I am on the board of BASE. BASE, as you know, is one of the oldest, most successful community ed programs in the country. Our youth, especially those in public housing, and our seniors really depend upon BASE. But for this meeting in particular, I want to talk about BASE being an asset and not a liability. So it's differentiating from all the other things that are being cut today. Oftentimes we run at a surplus and we're more than happy to absorb some of the school system's expenses. So when you're making your vote of certain things to cut, I urge you to look at it as not necessarily a red line item on the balance sheet, but the upside that we can actually absorb some of the custodial fees, some of the rent, so forth and so on. And I urge you to keep the lights on at BASE. And thank you again.
Thanks, Mr. Silverman. Our next speaker is Paul Epstein. And Todd Ortiz. So you'll be sharing the 3 minutes? Got it.
3 weeks ago, I spoke from this podium on behalf of our custodians who emptied the trash barrels and polished the floors. Today, I'm here to advocate for a different group of colleagues, a small but stalwart department whose important work with students is less visible to district stakeholders. I'm talking about our social workers. Throughout this painful process of budget deliberations, which unfairly pits passionate professionals against each other in a quixotic quest to stave off elimination and forces you all to make thankless decisions, a term I've heard again and again is student-facing. It's been stuck in my head for weeks as I sit in my office, literally facing students in an IKEA chair 3 feet away from me. Because social work is by its very nature secretive and is largely practiced behind a cloak of confidentiality, I thought, with help from my friend and colleague John Ortiz, we'd tell you just what it is we do in the public schools of Brookline.
So, we drive students to Worcester on a Sunday morning to ensure that a prescription drug abusing freshman completes their intake at the only inpatient adolescent substance treatment program in the state. We send the morning text to a school avoidant sophomore and show up at their front door at 7:30 a.m. when they don't text back. We run the restorative justice circles and mediations when harm has been done and healing is needed in the community. We respond in seconds when a student is melting down on the floor of a guidance counselor's office and needs to be assessed for safety. We make dreams come to a reality by coordinating an official graduation ceremony for a terminally ill student who was attended by his family, friends, and former teachers. We administer a fund that allows us to get the eyeglasses, the winter boots, the emergency food relief, the rental assistance to avoid eviction, the T-passes our students need to show up ready to learn every day.
Of course, these examples exist on top of the core function of our role to offer top-notch clinical, therapeutic, social work support to BHS students. Students who all too often are doing school while struggling with serious mental health conditions like the two-headed monster of anxiety and depression. If forming strong relationships is a vital building block of good teaching, it is the very raison d'etre of social work. All of Matt's Dubois' positive data about BHS students' sense of belonging and ability to identify a trusted adult doesn't happen without a full-strength starting five of LICSWs. Do we have more social work staff than most other comparable districts? I'm guessing we do, yes. And that's something to be damn proud of, not a reason to trim mental health supports whenever budgets get tight. We already have a wait list to access our services. It will get significantly longer if we cut 20% of our department. Parent after parent vents to us about the nightmarishly difficult task of finding an outside clinician with availability who accepts their insurance. Everyone in this room, everyone watching at home, and everyone who's been paying 1 ounce of attention knows we're in the midst of a massive crisis in adolescent mental health. We're the ones attending to our hurting teens. We're the ones expertly supporting them and keeping them safe, and we implore you to reconsider the decision to diminish our district's commitment to the well-being of our beloved students.
Thank you, Mr. Epstein and Mr. Ortiz. Our next speaker is Lisa Redding.
Good evening. Good evening. My name is Lisa Redding. I'm an associate dean at the high school where I have worked since 2001. At the March 20th school committee meeting, 2 BHS dean positions were nearly eliminated. When asked by a school committee member, why not cut both right now? Hal Mason responded, "We probably couldn't run a high school if we took the axe in that way." He is absolutely right. The average associate dean and dean of students caseload is 240 students. My particular caseload is 269 sophomores. And on top of that, I teach a math class. Deans are the administrators who walk the hallways supervising students, engage with escalating students, intervene in brewing conflicts, and provide an adult presence that is sometimes enough to prevent our students from making poor decisions. But sometimes our students do make poor decisions, like when they smoke marijuana, vape THC or nicotine, or drink alcohol in our school bathrooms, when they sell drugs on our campus, when they fight in our hallways, vandalize school property, bring a weapon to school, or they bully or sexually harass another student. These things do happen at Brookline High School. Some of them happen daily. And it is the deans who are the administrators who respond in the moment to address the situation. And we are the ones responsible for investigating the incidents and allegations of bullying, Title VI, and Title IX. We conduct the interviews and we support students' physical and emotional safety. We keep our students and our schools safe by administering consequences and support for poor student behavior. We practice progressive discipline, and we are always trying to educate students, especially after they transgress. Deans are safety care trained. This means we are trained in de-escalation strategies, both verbal and physical, so that we can intervene in situations to keep students and staff safe. We create attendance improvement plans, behavior improvement plans, individual curriculum accommodation plans, all to support student growth and development. Deans also plan, organize, and chaperone high school milestones like the junior semi, the prom, after the prom party, and graduation. Not only are deans student-facing every single day, we are parent-facing. We team with parents in support of their struggling students. We are even a source of support for them. We are teacher-facing. We support teachers in the classroom with classroom management and student success plans. We team with our social workers, our guidance counselors, and our nurses to provide social-emotional support, including crisis management, and help students return from hospitalizations after a crisis. There was a lot of talk at the March 20th meeting about our most vulnerable students. Those students are not just in 1 or 2 programs at BHS. We have our most vulnerable students throughout our entire school. Deans have students on their caseloads who are housing insecure, school avoidant, English language learners new to this country, and students in the foster care system. Deans are the administrators for students in our special education programs, for example, Excel, Rise, and Connections. Cutting deans means less support for these vulnerable students, and it would destabilize our student support structure. Before I end, I want to acknowledge that BHS used to have a different administrative structure with fewer deans. However, back then, we did not have the mental health crisis that we have had since the introduction of social media, cell phone addiction, followed by the pandemic. And back then, we did not have 4 buildings on our BHS campus to operate and supervise. We are a different and larger school than we were a decade ago. If you cut deans, you cut support for students, teachers, and families. You cut supervision, and you create a less safe school environment for our 2,100 warriors. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Redding. Our next speaker is Angela Jang.
Hello, so I'm bringing a much more lighthearted perspective on BASE today, but I wanted to speak on behalf of adult ed. So one of the things that makes me proud to be a Brookline resident is the town's commitment to the broader community through the arts and creative enrichment. And as a young adult with a fully remote job, I've found it challenging personally to find community in my day-to-day. But BASE has been one of the brightest spots for me week after week and season after season. Through BASE, I've learned ballroom dancing with my partner, and I'm currently enrolled in a pottery course, which I've been attending for the last couple of terms. And through this program, I've met incredible members of the community who I almost certainly would not have otherwise. And I found that it's become a treasured third space for many that makes a lot of people look forward to the weekend ending. BASE not only teaches important lifelong skills, but it also enables meaningful organic connections. It's a very special and meaningful and increasingly rare thing to find in this digital world, to have a program that's centered on connecting us in our mutual excitement to learn and create in person. And it encourages us to be joyful and playful and to challenge ourselves and to learn from each other. My pottery class has become its own community where the students and instructors develop meaningful rapport. Seasoned classmates warmly share tips and tricks with new and returning students alike, and people get to know one another on a deeper level. And my classmates range from students to retirees, people who had taken pottery as a Brookline High student and who has returned 10 years later to continue their passion in the very same studio, to parents of former Brookline students who have seen the school and campus evolve over the decades, to folks who have recently moved from other countries and have taken many BASE classes as a way to settle in and meet new people in a creative space. And from chatting with my classmates, it's abundantly clear how much of a community cornerstone BASE is. And this is just one of the classes, this is just one class among many of their offerings. And I think one of the most remarkable things is that it does all of this with affordability and accessibility in mind. I've heard firsthand from classmates that if it were not for the affordable class fees, they wouldn't have been able to take these classes at all, as many of the others offered in the greater Boston area are much more and often prohibitively expensive. And these classmates return term after term to continue honing their skills and contributing to the community and the vibrancy of the class. I think Brookline is a very special place, and I really hope to see BASE continue its mission of nurturing a joyful, engaged, and connected community for generations to come. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Chang. And our last speaker this evening is Marcia Hulley.
Hi, my name is Marcia Hulley. I've been a Brookline resident for over 40 years. My kids were schooled here. I'm a retired public TV producer. For the last 11 years, I've been teaching at the Brookline Adult and Community Education Center. One of the big reasons we choose to live in Brookline is to benefit from the values our town holds. Its excellence in learning, high standards for quality education, public parks, and general well-being. BASE has been an important component of all the town offers for almost 200 years, offering a great variety of subject matter and excellent teaching with teachers whose passion for their subjects goes to their students as well. But I wanted to hear it from my students themselves, so I asked them, and I asked fellow teacher, Brookline Poet Laureate Jenny Barber, to reach out to her students, and here is some of what they had to say. From Ruth Hoberman. Brookline Adult Ed has played a major role in keeping me excited and engaged with the community. I came to Brookline knowing no one and was able to sign up for fabulous classes that allowed me to meet interesting people my own age. Older people desperately need this kind of opportunity. Carrie Loftman. Over my 40 years residence in Brookline, I've taken many classes at Brookline Adult Education, from introduction to MAC, remember that, in the 90s, to my current classes in poetry, analysis, and writing. They have enriched my life immensely at every stage. Brookline would be immeasurably harmed if this program ceases to exist. From Anastasia Vosos. The classes not only teach, they become a source of relationship, development, and friendship. The teacher's knowledge of their respective subjects is impressive, and their generosity in imparting their knowledge benefits their students greatly. Without this resource, Brookline will be poorer. And as former director of Lincoln Extended Day, Barbara Hopkins says, as educators, we're always being encouraged to teach the children we work with and to model it too, to be lifelong learners. But how can we, the adults, the teachers, be lifelong learners if the opportunity of going to Brookline Adult Ed classes is taken away? And what would its cessation say to our town's commitment to lifelong learning? With everything that is happening in our country right now, this is the time to buttress education, learning, and community now more than ever. We need to keep Brookline community and adult education a vital resource in our town. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hulley, and to all of our speakers. That brings public comment to an end for tonight and takes us to our budget discussion. So there are 6 topics that I expect we'll be discussing this evening. Let me list them. Number 1, the building department. Number 2, we'll be hearing an update from Dr. Givens on some revised numbers that are related to actions already taken. Number 3, Brookline Adult and Community Education. Number 4, the Office of Student Services. Number 5, Brookline High School. And number 6, curriculum coordinators. There's not a new presentation on that, but we left things unresolved at an earlier meeting, so we need to revisit. I don't think tonight is the end of our budget discussion, and I don't plan to be asking for a vote on a final budget request. The Town School Partnership has asked for an update on our process so far and has scheduled a meeting for next Monday for that purpose. So at that point, we'll be discussing with our town partners the state of affairs after tonight's meeting. So before we get started, I'd like to ask, is anyone volunteering to be the keeper of our spreadsheet? I know several members, as well as Betsy, have been kind of updating as we go along. Stephen, I see your hand up, so unless somebody else really wants to do it. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so Mariah, if you're willing to do it, that would be great, since
Yeah.
you created it.
Sure. Do you want me? I'll just keep it going here and then I can show it at the end. Does that work?
Sure, that's fine. We just want sort of one person to be doing it rather than a bunch of people getting on the document.
Thank you.
All right, so first up we have the building department. I believe Helen, yeah, go ahead.
Thanks, Andy. So just before we start, I want to kind of just pick up a little bit part of where we left off, I think last time. I just want to, I guess, ask Dr. Guillory, at this point, is the assumption that this ongoing spreadsheet is the comprehensive list of what's being presented as options by you and Dr. Givens, or is there anything else that you're going to be offering?
I don't believe so. I think we've put somewhere around $10 million in options up for consideration at this juncture, and continue to refine what's already in existence, and we'll continue looking for opportunities that may be behind the scenes.
Okay.
But no new proposals.
Okay, thank you.
Andy, I'm sorry, could you say the order of the presentations one more time?
Sure. Number one, building department. Number two, some updates from Dr. Givens on revised numbers related to things we've already done. Number three, Brookline Adult and Community Education. Number four, Office of Student Services. Number five, Brookline High School. And number six, curriculum coordinators. All right, Helen, do you want to start us off with building department?
Sure, I'd be happy to do that. First of all, Mr. Simmons can't be here tonight because he's at the advisory committee talking about their budget to advisory, so can't be in two places at one time, unfortunately. However, I did have time to go and talk with him and Mr. Young, Charlie Young from the finance department to make sure that these numbers are as right as they can be. Let's put it that way. So you'll see on the first slide, if somebody, okay. I'm going to walk you through this, and then you can ask questions at any point that you want. The original request from the building department for the FY26 repair and maintenance budget for the school department, that means outside contractors, service contractors, is $3,707,112. Sorry. And this was taken from and confirmed today with Mr. Young and the budget book. On March 20th, we, the school committee, voted to level fund the 26 request. And at the time, it was my understanding that it was $162,499. However, upon further investigation, my understanding was that was the requested 4.5% increase that the building department had requested for our particular R&M budget. The actual, the town reduced the increase from 4.5% to 2.5%, which was an increase that was approved at $90,000, not $162,499. So one of the actions I think I will ask once I get through everything, I think, and explain the rest. I will be asking to rescind that vote and then redo it for the next part. So,
Which vote, Helen?
Huh?
Which vote?
The second, the next page.
The one for 162? Okay.
It went from 162 to 90,000. If somebody could move the, oh, I'm sorry, thank you. So I spoke with Mr. Simmons about the possibilities of cuts and where we might be able to affect some savings, and it's some pain too, certainly. But these are the areas that sort of were on the bottom of the list of all the things that our $3.7 million go to. This includes, so what I did was put the 90,000 for the FY26 requests, the 2.5%, 150,000 that was there for repairs and patching to flooring surfaces. And these are things that won't happen next year. We know that, and we would have to accept that. 75,000 for painting services, interior and exterior. It's mostly, doing things that we do on a regular basis, but I think for 1 year we might be able to not do that. 45,000 for window services, including screen repairs and window cleaning. And then the last one's a little more complicated. This doesn't come out of the repair and maintenance budget, but it somehow is connected. So let me explain. The 240,000 for HVAC technician positions has been in the building department budget for the last couple of years that we pay for. However, it hasn't been filled. They've had difficulty finding people at the rate that they give for certified HVAC people. And at the same time, we've contracted for services for about $400,000. So what we discussed, and actually what I discussed with Charlie was 2 positions, but I'm thinking that maybe all 3 positions, since we haven't been able to fund it, and we do have the money in the budget for contracted services, I would recommend that we take all 3 positions. If Mr. Simmons were able to hire somebody for one of these positions, I think some of the money from the contracted services, depending on when he hired the person, might be able to be put over into hiring that person, or we might revisit. I mean, one of the things that oftentimes happens, but not always, is that in the fall, there's monies that sometimes come to the town from the state, from different sources. And those monies for us are not very usable as a school department because you can't really hire teachers in the fall. Our programs are set, our year is sort of set. But Mr. Simmons' budget could be able to absorb that and use that right away. So what I am suggesting is that we first vote to rescind the first vote and of the $162,499, and then vote to accept a $600,000 reduction in the building department, our contribution to the building department. Just to be clear, the 3 positions include healthcare costs also.
So have we been double budgeting up to now for that work, like budgeting once for the positions and again for the contractors who actually end up doing the work?
Yes, I think that's been the case.
All right.
However, I think not through any ill will or anything like that. I think it's just been hard to find those positions. If we were, as Mr. Simmons had told us at one of our capital subcommittee meetings, if we were to hire these 3 people, we could save probably $200,000 to $300,000. So it would really, in balance, would be a very good efficiency and probably better service too. Yeah, so maybe I'll stop here and see if there are questions.
So have you made your motion? Would you like to?
Yeah,
ask
sure.
for a second?
Should I do them both together?
Let's do them separately.
Before you make the motion, can I just ask a clarifying question?
Of course.
Is there a reason we can't just move the 437,501, which is the original motion plus the difference to make 600? Why do we need to rescind the first motion?
Because I think it's cleaner. That's all. I mean, yes, you could do the math the other way if you want, but I think it's just an easier way to look at it and present it.
I don't know, I don't remember whether our previous vote made reference to level funding, because that would no longer be sort of
It
a
did.
correct
It
description.
did make reference to
In which
level
case we
funding.
should rescind that, because then
Yeah.
it's no longer an accurate
Because it's
description
not
of what we're
an,
doing now.
exactly. That was the reason that I put it in there.
Okay.
Yeah. And let me be clear, I mean, you know, the building department is not happy with what we're doing. I'm not particularly happy. I do want to maintain our buildings. On the other hand, we continue to have $3 million in the budget there for HVAC services, for plumbing, for electricity, for, I have it all here if you want to know what is in there. I have a printout. For fire safety, for emergency generators, for all the maintenance things that we have to keep up in the buildings throughout the year. Security services, hazmat, asbestos removal, things like that.
Yeah, Andy?
Well, thank you, Helen, for doing this work and bringing it to the committee. Are these more clarifying questions, Jesse and Sarah, before a motion gets on the floor?
I think it is. If memory serves me right, I thought the reduction we were talking about earlier was 400,000, and you're mentioning it's 162. Which was the one that we voted before?
162.
We only voted the 162 before.
Thank
We
you.
never voted the 400 because I wasn't sure. At that time, I had thought erroneously that the gas bills,
Utilities.
the utilities were where we could save. Apparently, that is not the case. I've gone further and checked that out.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Sarah?
I just wanted to say that the other day at expenditures and revenues, I said that we didn't spend all of the money allocated last year, and it turns out I was mistaken. What we do instead is that sometimes we carry over in order to pay our bills. So I just wanted to clarify that if anybody had been paying that close of attention.
But
Thanks, Sarah.
I have a question on that statement, and then I have a question about, I want to re-clarify what the motion is.
Sure.
And then after the motion, are we going to discuss more?
Yes.
Okay. So Sarah, when you say "we," it's the building department.
Okay.
Correct?
They.
Okay, thank you.
It's our money.
It's the building
So we-
department's budget and the
They.
building department staff. Okay, thank you.
And you had a clarification also on the motion, or?
Oh, yeah.
Well, okay, why don't,
Yeah, so you want to move first the rescinding of the
well, either
previous
way,
vote.
let's vote to rescind first, and then we can go on from there. I move that the school committee vote to rescind its vote of March 20th, 2025, in which the allocation of the fiscal year 26 school repair and maintenance budget was reduced by $162,499.
Is there a second? Okay, thanks, Jesse. So any discussion on just the motion to rescind before we do that one? Okay, don't see anybody. Starting in with Jesse.
Yes.
Sarah?
Yes.
Stephen?
Yes.
Suzanne?
Yes.
Helen?
Yes.
Carolyn?
Yes.
Mariah?
Yes.
Val?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. All right, would you like to make the other
Yes,
motion?
I'd like to make the second motion, that the school committee vote to reduce the allocation to the building department for FY26 repair and maintenance by $600,000 as specified above.
Do we have a second to that? Okay, thank you, Suzanne. All right, so any discussion on
Or,
this one?
well, okay. Yeah, I was going to give Charlie a little leeway if he wanted to, but maybe we'll leave it like this for now.
All right, do members have any questions or comments on these proposals? Okay, I think Mariah and then Carolyn.
Just so I understand, the HVAC tech positions, how much is the salary and how much is the benefits assumed? Or is there no benefits assumed? What's the calculation there?
So the benefits are included, so we were assuming with benefits about 80,000, because they're technicians, not certified people.
So how much does a technician make, just so I understand?
That's a good question. That part I didn't have from Charlie.
Okay, I'm just surprised that it's that low, including benefits, but okay.
It could be higher, but let's go for that and see. I don't know. on that one.
Was that it, Mariah?
Yes.
Okay, then Carolyn, then Stephen.
Thanks. So I think I need to, I want to understand this whole thing now here because my understanding is that by saying we want to reduce the building department's budget by $600,000 so that they do $600,000 less work on school buildings. My question and concern, especially based on what we've heard from Commissioner Bennett, and Charlie Simmons isn't here to talk about it, that it seems to me that we're reaching across into the town and saying, cut this allocation to the building department's budget and don't do that work. Sure, but I just want to finish sort of contextualizing my question. Like, we don't say let's cut town council's budget by X, and then the next time we need town council services, we'll go it alone or not use them next time there's an open meeting law complaint or something and figuring it out ourselves. So it's not clear to me that this isn't sort of reaching across in a way that would be
I understand your
concerned. Yeah.
question, but there's one sort of thing that probably you don't know. The building department's school maintenance comes out of our budget. So it's different than the legal department. I don't think we pay anything into the legal department. I'm not 100% sure. And it comes off the top of our, it used to be that we owned the building department budget. It was all within our budget, and then it became clear that they did a better job of managing it, doing it, and so we would give over. At the beginning, it was $600,000 that we would give over to them. It's now $3 million. So it's more, it's our money in some ways because it's taken from our budget.
Before it comes to us.
Correct.
Okay, so it's not a line item in this book.
Correct.
So the suggestion is to say to the town, give the building department $600,000 less because we'll just say no thank you to that.
And we'll manage with these particular items.
Right.
To,
And so if it's a different allocation from the town to the building department, and the building department's budget would be different because we're saying no thanks to that amount.
no, because the town also funds part of the building department. It's complicated.
I understand that.
You know,
Is
and
there-
so their buildings and their percentage is not included in.
I understand that, but the town, the advisory committee approves the building department's budget. So ultimately, this is a change to the building department's budget. And would this have to then be approved in the
Probably.
AC hearing?
Probably.
Okay.
Probably because they do that, just as they approve our budget, you know.
And so then how is this a savings to us if it hasn't? How is it $600,000 of savings to us if it hasn't come to us and it's not in this?
Because it comes out from the top, from our budget. If you look at the
Okay, I
budget
understand
book,
what you're saying.
it's, you know, there are certain things that the town takes out.
I understand.
that
I get it.
pays
Yep.
for.
So it's
I mean,
not
you've been on
really.
Advisory, you know that.
Yeah, so that's why I have this perspective on it. So it's
Right.
not really that we're
not
spending less, we're just taking less.
No. We're spending less and we're taking more. We're spending less on services, except for the 240 that was a sort of double counting. We're spending less on services and keeping it in our budget.
So And then we have a memo from Commissioner Bennett
Yes.
that sounds like he had concerns with this. And it would have to go through AC.
Right.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you. Thanks for doing this work, Helen.
Oh, you're welcome.
2 questions. First, is this a proposed work deferral? Are we proposing to do this work and the accumulated work in subsequent years?
Yes, I mean, it would be, we would, whatever would have gotten done under these three items, and, if there's, the level funding, would be delayed. So, for
Right.
instance, washing windows, we might wait a year.
Well, I guess what I'm really asking is, do we anticipate then that the school year 27 request to the town would be higher than initially anticipated because we're deferring work and
It
we want to
could
make
be.
it up in
There's also-
27?
so-
I'm trying to get at, is this a capital cost deferral rather than reduction, really? Are we
Yeah, it's a
taking-
deferral. Yeah,
Okay,
you can't
thank
say
you.
it's a true.
And then my second question is, when you
But
said.
can I just say
Sure.
one other piece to that? So there is the CIP that has in it, a number of these items for different schools that are supposed to happen this summer. So it's not like nothing will happen,
Yeah,
but it's
I get
not
that.
the repairs mostly and patching, those sorts of things.
okay. And the second question I have is, when you said they're not happy, I guess I want to hear a little more about the ways in which they're not happy. Like, we don't do, obviously, school repair and maintenance for just cosmetic purposes. We're doing it to maintain the
Mhm.
quality of the plants so that there's strong educational experiences to be had. Does any of this unhappiness rise to the level of serious concern? Like, for instance,
Well-
does the lack of repairs and patching to flooring services present any potential hazards?
So I think that if there were a hazard, if it was unsafe, there's
have
a
registered
5% contingency in the budget also. That's staying there, we're not taking it out. So that could cover it possibly.
But they didn't raise an objection about the,
Well, no, so, I wouldn't say Charlie was happy. I'm not going to say that, but when we talked about what is feasible, and actually even in Dan Bennett's memo, he talked about the same items. Actually, he added in carpentry.
right?
I didn't use the carpentry piece. So that's still there. And we do pay for.
I guess I'm just looking for an expression of confidence that this proposed deferred work doesn't propose any serious threat to the quality of education in Brookline in school year 26.
Washing windows, I mean, I like clean windows, believe me. I pushed
I know
Charlie
it
many
seems-
years to
It
get
seems
them.
obvious, but I feel like this is the level that we should be involved in probing a proposal like this. So I feel
Yeah,
obligated.
no, I'm taking your
Okay.
question seriously. I'm not, I think, if you're asking me, I think this is fair and it's numbers that we can live with.
Okay, thank you, Ellen.
Yeah, I'm going to just make one more comment, Andy, unless anybody else has something.
Yeah. That's a new hand, Mariah, right?
Yeah, it's a new hand.
Please go ahead then.
Thank you. So Helen, could you just confirm, is the 45,000 for window the entire budget for window or a portion of the window?
So it's, if you see, it's for shades and screens and for cleaning. So
Okay,
it's
but is there
replacement of
more,
shade.
is there more window service money still in the budget?
Yes, there's a
Okay.
glazing services for 30,000. There's glazing, meaning replacing windows that have been broken.
Okay, and what up, at the same question for painting, is the 75,000 the entire amount?
Yes,
Okay, and the flooring services is the 150 the entire amount?
correct.
Okay, I guess my question is, might we consider restoring a little bit of the floor? To me, painting and windows are nice to have, obviously, but not like, I guess, essential safety things. With that said, flooring, like, if there's an issue, and of course, Charlie, I know Charlie would not, like, if there was a real problem, as you say, he will address it. But I guess I'm just wondering if we should restore some of the funding to flooring. I think one of my concerns is just that we have spent a lot of time over the past couple of years really working on our multi-year plan, addressing the deferred maintenance, and I wouldn't want us to get into a position where we end up building up our deferred maintenance issues again. So I guess I would like to maybe, for your consideration, think about restoring some funding for flooring so that we can address the flooring needs as they come up rather than having them tip over into the deferred maintenance.
Can I follow up on her question, please? Thank you. Mariah, is it okay for me to continue, or you?
Yeah, I mean, but I want to make sure I get an answer to the question at some point, but if you're on the same vein, have at it.
Yeah, so in reading Dan's memo, I was struck by two things. One was that his sentence that said the financial situation the school department is facing has nothing to do with Public Buildings Division and has not contributed to any budget deficit. So I didn't have a chance to reach him today, but I only saw it this morning. So when I read that sentence, it said to me that, like, we're trying to reduce funds for things that, out of things that they need to do in order to reduce our budget. And so I questioned the entire enterprise of trying to cut anything there. And the second part had to do with his statement about setting us back. He said, and I quote, "This is taking a very large step back and will have numerous adverse effects on school building operations and maintenance for years to come." So I'm thinking maybe one of those two individuals should really be here the next time we talk about this, so we can really get it from the folks in the building department. Again, Helen, I know you're acting as intermediary, and it's super important and critical what you're doing. I'm just thinking that in the ways that we're having this discussion and the outcome that we may vote upon, without the actual other side of the group to present something, maybe it's just too early to discuss this and actually vote on it. I'm going farther than Mariah to say painting may have to be done in places where it's flaking off, or there's some kind of problem because of moisture, and windows can get broken, and whatever else is going on, the money needs to be there on their side to do our stuff. So I'm sort of leaning towards saying, let's not reduce anything, meaning let's have them come back to us when Dan and or Charlie is available, Charlie Simmons, to present to us and to not really defend, but just to educate us and inform us from their side what needs to be done.
Suzanne, are you responding to Jesse?
Yes, I am. So we're looking where we can make cuts. And we know things are coming up tonight. We know that we're coming up against a deadline. And we asked Helen to look at maintenance and the building budget. And she looked at it, she talked to Charlie, this is what she has come up with. It doesn't mean that Charlie can't move money around. He almost always does that as he sees fit. So he may say, sure, this is what I can do for $3 million, which is what he'll still have in his budget. It may be that there's a floor that warps, or we have a flood and he has to take money from something else. I don't know what that would be. Maybe we don't need as many window replacements. And he will do that. He is really good at doing that. And so that's what this is about. This is about finding some money that we can use to bring our deficit down. And we need to do that. We're on a tight time frame. And this is a very reasonable approach. And I know that Charlie and Dan really understand what we're saying, and they will make it work. And so I think I am going to vote for the motion and think we should move forward on this, understanding what you're saying, but that this is where we should be tonight.
Well, I guess my comment is, based on the memo, I would not conclude that either Charlie or Dan agree with this proposal. It just ends. It doesn't say, here's what I think you should do. It doesn't say signed, I'm glad we all are on the same page. It just ends. He says the issues have been explained many times and hopefully have been put to rest, meaning there's a long-term problem. The department carries over funds every fiscal year to allow us to pay the previous year bills of the new fiscal year. So yeah, you're right, he moves money around, but funds may dry up. There may be some unanticipated expenses, and suddenly it's harder to do that, and it'll have to come out of some other service or some
I
other
understand.
building.
I'm just saying 3 million still feels like it's a reasonable amount of money to keep in the budget.
And this is only part of his budget. You know that. There's the salary budget.
Right.
And there's, I think it's 7
is
million.
R&M, yeah.
The actual number is 7 million something that comes out of our budget.
So I'd like to go back to Mariah's question about the flooring. Were you going to propose an amendment, Mariah, or just
Well, I
asking a
wanted to get
question?
Helen's sense of, could we put 25 to 50, for example, back into flooring? That would still be a $550,000 reduction. But I personally feel a little bit uncomfortable about entirely reducing flooring, given that that truly is a safety component. And I agree, I completely agree with Suzanne that I know that if there was an issue, Charlie would find, he would shuffle money around, but I still would feel more comfortable having it not zeroed out. So I guess my question is, Helen, what do you think about, 25 to 50,000 remaining in flooring?
Certainly, we can do that. We can also, yeah, I mean, that's.
Can I offer a suggestion? Could we do a dollar amount and leave the flexibility to Charlie and the building folks?
Well, that's certainly possible too. I was just trying to find things at least that, because people will say, well, where are you going to take it from? So I wanted to make sure there was detail. But certainly, for my part, I think we should let them just, work through it and figure out where it can happen. Yeah.
Okay.
So this would mean just amending your motion to state only the number and leave it open what it would be applied to.
Yeah.
All right, would someone like to move that? Yeah.
Is that a separate question?
Oh, okay, so it hasn't actually been moved.
Okay. I thought I had moved it, but I might.
Well, you made the original motion. I'm asking whether someone would like to amend to remove any reference to where the cuts are going to come from, only the amount, which is still
Well, why don't we
600,000.
just do what the actual,
The action doesn't say where it's coming from. It
Yeah,
just says-
right.
Well, but when Helen stated it, she did say,
So I will
as
remove
outlined on
that.
this
I will
slide.
remove that
Okay.
part, yes.
So
That's
you're
what I'm-
proposing to remove that, and Suzanne, you're seconding the amendment, so we'll need to vote to make that the motion. Well,
Can I just ask one more question, Suzanne?
Okay.
Just a question for you, Helen. So I agree with you completely, Mariah. That was why I was raising the question about, that was my example, was flooring services for the same reason. I guess given the frustration evident in the memo, I'm wondering if it's worth, I think you raised a good point, Jesse, and I'm wondering if you think I might, despite the necessity of passing further cuts, if it might be worth waiting a week to give Charlie and his office the opportunity to weigh in on these, to make sure that there's strong consensus on these. I'm asking for your opinion on this, Helen, and which I trust.
I think in terms of collaboration, yes. I think they will probably say we need it all, because that's sort of what the building department has always said. But when we come down to it, there are things that, if we're willing to live without them, then I think that makes sense. We're willing to live with a lot of things that, positions we've cut and things like that. We have to look everywhere, is my opinion. We can't say, well, this is offline because it's part of the building department. It's part of our budget. So it's whatever the committee wants. I'd be happy to have Dan and, I asked them, we tried to get them here tonight. They obviously couldn't come, and, it's somehow the advisory committee and us are not in sync on these things always. So.
all right, I think we should move to vote on the amendment. So this is a vote asking whether we're amending Helen's original motion to remove any reference to the uses that are going to be eliminated. All right, I'll start with our remote members this time. Mariah?
Yes.
Val,
Yes.
Carolyn,
Yes.
Helen,
Yes.
Suzanne,
Yes.
Stephen,
Yes.
Sarah,
Yes.
Jesse,
Yes.
and I vote yes as well. So now that becomes the motion. Is there any further discussion before we vote on that? Carolyn, I know you had your hand up earlier.
Oh, yeah, I just wanted to sort of extending what other people were saying. And just also, I guess I worry a little bit because, you know, we've gone through deferred maintenance before, millions of dollars worth. And I sort of worry about kind of the public looking and saying, like, we've built these buildings and now we're not paying to maintain them. But mostly it's the kind of Dan and Charlie part. I worry about, even if we know that Charlie's great at shuffling money around, I'd be concerned about causing waves by reaching across.
Well,
in a
and that's
business
why I
way.
went and talked to him before proposing any of this, but I hear what you're saying.
Yeah.
All
Andy,
right.
do we have the ability to defer the vote?
No. And now that the motion has been made and seconded, we need to take a vote on it. If you don't agree, you can vote no, and it could come up again at a later meeting.
Well, I meant like time-wise, did we have the ability to defer to a later week? No, right? Because we're going to town school partnership on Monday.
Yeah, and as I said, I don't see this as the end of our part of the budget process, but I think you know, I would like to wrap up as much as possible tonight so that we have something coherent to say on Monday.
Thank you.
All right, so let's vote. Let's start again with our remote members. Mariah,
Yes.
Val,
Yes.
Carolyn,
No.
Helen,
Yes.
Suzanne,
Yes.
Stephen,
Yes.
Sarah,
Yes.
Jesse,
No.
and I vote yes, so that passes. Give me a moment to write something down. All right, so our next item is a report from Dr. Givens about some revised numbers that are related to cuts that we already did vote to take.
Good evening. Can you hear me? No, sometimes you struggle. Okay, so this is just more of an update. At one of our prior meetings, the school committee took action to reduce 3 custodial positions as opposed to moving towards a different form of a hybrid model. And in the moment, I gave you an estimate of $75,000 for that. In addition, we had also talked about leveraging the revolving fund for a few $1,000s more than was in the original budget. So that vote at that time, we moved forward $181,194 as the reduction. But I had the opportunity to go back and to, revisit the exact reductions that would take place, and the total reduction would then be $213,422. So this is just a correction. It affords you an additional $32,228 in savings. So if you don't know if it requires an action, it's just kind of course correcting on the dollar amount. So I don't think it takes any action required on your part. Though I will defer to Andy if you would like to take a formal vote on that. If not,
I think that depends on whether the wording of our previous votes included the dollar figure. And I'm not sure whether we can look that up quickly enough to figure that out. So that suggests that we should just go ahead and take another vote now to be safe.
the vote was to reduce by 3 FTE. And
Yeah, I don't think this changes anything. These are just accounting.
but I don't think.
Yeah, this is the
changing
concept.
anything.
Yeah, as long as we weren't in the language of the motion specifying like dollar amounts before. I guess this is something we can always revisit later, I suppose, if it turns out it's a problem. So, yeah. All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
In addition, since the budget was presented to you, we had a couple of additional retirements that have come in. And so the breakage associated with those more veteran staff leaving and replacing them with a lower level of experience would allow us to save an additional $86,039. This is standard practice. When teachers leave, we budget them at Masters 6. And so this is just the delta between Masters 6 and what those staff members are currently being paid at. So that allows us to reduce the deficit by $86,039. So FTE remains the same in this case. It's just the amount I'm carrying on the salary lines gets reduced. Any questions? Okay. Stephen?
No,
You
just
have-
thanks, Susan.
Okay.
There's a thumbs up.
All right. And then the third is, again, a modification to an action that was taken, and this would require a vote. So the action was that we would not support adding the cybersecurity position that the IT department on the town was proposing for the upcoming school year. The IT department came back and said we would prefer to keep that and reduce the one FTE and IT help desk in the school department. And the difference between the two is $23,550. So we would achieve greater savings by going with this recommendation from Fung in the IT department. So, but you did vote that as being a reduction in the cybersecurity position, so I would recommend that you do take action either by rescinding that and revoting it, or just by making a motion to swap out the FTE that would be reduced.
I'm sorry, I just didn't understand. So that's an addition, it's not a subtraction, the 23,550?
You would be able to further reduce, so.
Further reduce,
Further
okay,
reduce.
that wasn't clear because you.
Yeah,
okay.
further reduce by 23,550.
I don't think our vote was about the cybersecurity position. It was just about $70,000 from IT services.
It was related to staff and not to leases and other equipment, so whatever you feel is appropriate. I'm just telling you that by making this choice, it affords you $23,550 more in savings.
Would anyone like to move, I suppose, accepting the third item?
Yeah, I would move to accept that.
Thanks, Jesse.
I'll second it.
And seconded by Helen. Any discussion? All right, start with Carolyn.
Yes.
Helen?
Yes.
Suzanne?
Yes.
Stephen?
Yes.
Sarah?
Yes.
Jesse?
Yes.
Val?
Yes.
Mariah?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. All right, thanks very much, Dr. Gibbons.
I'll kick off the.
Okay. Helen?
I actually have a question. So do you think there may be more retirements this year or resignations that might be some other cost savings? I mean, I know in years past we've estimated rather large sums depending on how senior the staff was.
I took as much as I could up front, given our financial situation. I don't anticipate there's going to be significantly more because we were about as aggressive as I could be without putting us in jeopardy.
Okay, thank you.
Just to follow up, so we're adding all those differences up, Andy? It's 32, oh, sorry, Susan. Right, so that's
Yep,
like-
I hope Mariah is.
Yeah, that's what I meant, about 130 something.
I am adding
Yep.
them in the
Thank you.
spreadsheet. Yep.
Okay.
32, 86, okay, great.
Yeah, I'm not sure there's a breakage item yet on the sheet, but you can create one.
Oh, yeah.
I just reduced the initial gap. So it just reduced us from just over 8 million to 7.9.
Okay, sounds good. All right, next up we have Brookline Adult and Community Education.
So
Susan.
I'll walk you through some of the financial information, but Michelle's here to share with you some important details about BASE and its long history here. She can do a far better job than I ever could, so I'm going to turn the mic over to her so she can just. So.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you. Good evening, Dr. Guillory, Dr. Liu, and members of the school committee. My name is Michelle McGlone. I serve as the Director of Brookline Adult and Community Education, or also known as BASE or BASE, as you've heard this evening. I want to begin my comments this evening by thanking my staff. I know they're at home watching, they have little ones. But I really want to give a shout out to Trevette Campbell, 19 years with BASE. That's a long time. She's really done a wonderful job, and she is our rock. Jesse Donnelly, Meredith Force, Tristan Conway, and Michelle Aguilar-Wisniewski. I just thank you all for all your hard work in developing programs for the community under very challenging circumstances brought upon us by the global pandemic. You've all done a fantastic job, and indeed, I think that you will agree that we really make a fantastic team. And like I said, I know you're watching, but time to put the kids to bed and come back tomorrow and give it another day. I also want to thank my advisory board. Arthur Conquest got up and spoke this evening. He has been our fearless chair. Peter Meyer, who couldn't be here this evening, super supportive. Errol Silverman, who is also here from our board, got up and spoke earlier. Zoraida Fernandez, Marina Brodskaya, and of course our beloved and recently departed Chobi Hoy, who was just an amazing support and a great mentor. Your time, support, and guidance has been instrumental and much appreciated. So this evening, I know you all have some very difficult decisions in front of you, including whether or not to sunset BASE, a program which has served Brookline since 1832, offering classes and programs for adults, children, and seniors. I like to separate the seniors because they're a special demographic. I know they're adults, but you know they're near and dear to us. We have from English as a second language and workforce training to robotics, music lessons, and summer camps. We are a cornerstone of the community and its learning and add value to what has become, you know, a wonderful place to live here in Brookline with top-notch education. But BASE is just, it's more than a department. I think we're a trusted bridge between the schools and the broader community. From our English language learners and seniors to children who depend on summer camps and enrichment programs, everything that we offer supports professional growth, workforce readiness, child development, and the social emotional well-being of all of our residents. We are proud of our strong relationships with a robust network of community partners from Boston University to Brookline Housing, the Senior Center, and the Brookline Robotics Initiative, which is made up of some of the most talented young adults that I have come across in my career, and they should be very, very proud of all that they've done, the B-bots, as they like to be called. They earn all the accolades that they've received, just wonderful kids. But these partnerships were years in the making, and they provide real opportunities for growth, equity, and innovation, especially for underrepresented students. All that being said, we recognize our financial responsibility and we welcome transparency. The loss of $190,000 in grant funds and rising costs will unfortunately lead us to a possible and sadly a projected deficit that may be out of our control no matter how hard we work to prevent this. We understand, should the program close, that it is not due to a lack of support by you and the school administration. The fiscal situation in Brookline and our neighbors, we're all facing it, is nothing less than daunting, and you are forced to choose between programs and teachers. This is very unfortunate considering we all have a common purpose, but children must come first. We know this and honor this along with you. If you must close the program, I hope that you will consider speaking to your colleagues on the town side of government to see if perhaps they would consider maybe, I don't know, adopting base. We're up for adoption potentially, so if you could advocate for that, we would be appreciative so that we can possibly provide another 200 years of service to the community. So best luck in your decision. Thank you for your time and consideration. Thanks.
Thank you, Michelle. So I'm going to walk through some information that I've shared before and some additional information that Michelle and I had put together for tonight. A bit of an update on the status of FY25 and then how that would play out in FY26. So just to remind you that, again, this strategy is to sunset base, and there's two components to this, you know, and the direct known impact is the benefit cost, which has been updated here. As you know, the town received the rates for FY26 a few short weeks ago, and they gave me refreshed information on the rates as well as those members that participate. And so previously this number was 23,000, it's now 52,957. So these are some of the above the line costs that Ellen had mentioned earlier when talking about the building department being above the line. So that's one part, and I think, you know, pause in case anybody has any questions. Is everybody clear about that, what that piece of this is?
No, I'm sorry. That is the updated actual cost?
Yes, of the
Okay.
benefit component.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay. Sure.
So we have a financial update in our packet. And maybe you can't, but is there, and do you have this in front of you? And is there a way for you to contextualize these numbers to what we received in our packet?
I'm not sure what you received in your packet, but the next slide is some information that I had shared at the last meeting, but we paused because it got late. So I'm guessing that's the information you have, and that'll be on the next slide. This is more just refresh. When we presented this information back in February, I had provided you with a little bit of information about the second part of the base conundrum, I'll say. Yes, that'll be on the next slide. And so the second, if we could go back, there we go. So the second part is kind of the history. I will say, and I agree with Michelle, that a lot of effort has been put forth to try to make base profitable, or at least break even since COVID. And no matter what strategy that has been employed so far, unfortunately, it has not led to the revenue exceeding the expenses. So the information I have for you, so what happens is that you have a fund balance, and that is either increased or decreased by the difference between the revenue that you take in and the expense. So when the expense is higher than the revenue, the fund balance decreases. Okay, so in FY23, you had a fund balance of 486. 24, that went down to 333, so it was lowered by 152,000. FY25, when we began the year, we had 123,895. This information on FY25 you'll see in your budget document, and I've presented this before, which is a reduction of about $209,000 from the prior year. This year, Michelle went after grants and some other one-time money for ARPA and other resources. Some would be reoccurring in terms of a grant for community, and we'll see that on the next slide. But in spite of those efforts, it's still not going to be sufficient to cover all of the expenses for the year in FY20. So at the end of this year, and we'll go to the next slide in a second, we anticipate that we'll again be under by somewhere between 106,000 and 166,000, which with a fund balance of 123, we can hopefully cover most of that, depending on how the spring receipts turn out. Okay, so what happens when the fund balance runs out? Then we have to pay for that out of our operating budget. You cannot close a revolving fund at the end of the year in deficit. You have to cover the costs. Okay, so if the numbers are not as favorable and it's in deficit more than 123,000, then that money has to come out of our operating budget. So because the fund balance will expire this year under all circumstances, and for the last several years, the revenue has been less than the expense, there will be no money available to offset the deficit. So if you choose to keep base for next year, what you'll need to do is increase by maybe 150 to 200,000 our operating budget. So you would be increasing the operating budget, which is not part of our proposal right now, by about 200,000, plus the 52 to cover the benefits, in order to ensure that there's enough money to be able to pay for the operations of base in FY26. So I'll pause there and take your questions.
I'm sorry, I'm a little confused, but there's a fund balance of 123,000 presently.
At the beginning of this year, which will be gone by the end of this year.
So there will be no fund balance,
Correct.
but it'll be zero.
It'll be zero, and there's a possibility that it'll be greater than, the deficit will be higher than zero, and so we'll have to absorb that out of our
For this year.
FY25 budget. And then next year, there will be no fund balance. So as you can see, the difference, the 152, and then the 200,000, we can anticipate that it's going to be upside down again by approximately that amount. So you'll need to increase your FY26 budget by between 150 and 200,000 in order to continue to fund base.
Yeah, two questions. One is, maybe I missed it, how do you calculate the benefits cost? What is that 52,000?
The benefits are based on the health insurance costs. Yes.
You're talking employee benefits. Okay, I missed it. Okay, I'm sorry, maybe you didn't say employee last time. The second is more of a, maybe a philosophical question. If I look at the 105,000, that's what you had in this document we got for best case scenario.
Right.
If I look at what percentage that is of the school's budget, I mean, it's like 0.07%. All right, it's less than 1/10%. It's like minuscule, right? I mean, that's just doing the math. So I'm saying, just philosophically, why would we even consider losing a program with 200 years of history and not find a way at 0.07% of the budget? I mean, there are many, and this is not a criticism or anything.
It's your choice.
Yeah, right. I knew you were going to say that. But I'm just thinking that maybe we need to find some way in Brookline, to do this, even if we, as we're saying we can't, at the same time, what can we do to make it happen? I mean, there are so many resources in the town. I'm not saying even in the town government, but for something that is $100,000, we're thinking about closing something. It just, I'm fascinated that we're even discussing it. I mean, that's just my comment.
So I'd like to actually build on what you're saying, Jesse, because Yeah, hopefully this year will end out by the spring semester, you'll have some good earnings and we will be at zero. But I think the summertime is when you have a lot of income from kids programs and things that we care about that they do with children. So I'm wondering if there's a way to keep track of the budget. I mean, the deficit, happens as we go along. It's not, I mean, if base can stop working, for instance, if we saw was a $300,000 deficit or even a $200,000 deficit in September, we would know that right away. I think we need to give them, building on what you're saying, I think we need to give them some time to really try and work at getting up the revenues so that there isn't a deficit and the program could go on. I mean, that's where, and just to keep a really, good track on how things are moving and making, I'm sure your board is thinking about it all the time on how to bring in more revenues. And I think you're getting some good, publicity from Brookline News, different places that, this is a program that's a really good program. People really appreciate it.
But to do that, Helen, we would have to add to our budget in order to cover any.
We have to add if it's a month,
Sure.
quarter by quarter.
So when you take the vote of your budget, you're appropriating money for something. If you don't appropriate money and it goes before town meeting and it's not included in the budget, then there is no appropriation. Yeah. So we can go through the other slides just so you have the context, and then you can certainly deliberate. So the other piece of that, to your point, Helen, the summer program seems to, be profitable, and money has been collected, and the community has shown an interest there. And so we're suggesting that the sunset not be at the end of the fiscal year, rather September 1. Which would allow us to continue with the summer programming. So that's what this slide is. Certainly, if you'd want to hear more about the summer program, Michelle can certainly, if you have any questions about that, she can answer those. Those aren't questions I can answer. But if you're good on that, we can go to the next slide and I can walk you through. Yes? Okay. So Michelle and I have met multiple times to put together what we believe is the estimated program revenues for this year and the expenses from the beginning of this year until the end of this fiscal year. And so what you can see when you look at that is that we're going to have general tuition of about collected of about $416,000, and then music lessons. So this is the program Kenny had spoken about previously at other meetings that we've had, and he and I have had conversations or email exchange around, what would we do there? Should base be sunset? We'd still maintain the music lesson program. We would just have to manage it differently. Then there's some donations that are collected. And then, as I mentioned before, Michelle is very aggressive in going after some ARPA money. Now, ARPA money expires, right? There's no ARPA money left. So after this year, that revenue will no longer be available. The grant that Michelle wrote for the Mass Cultural, I think it's Cultural Council, right? Yeah. Was awarded $17,000, and she believes that if she applies again, that she would be able to receive that grant in FY26. So we counted that as kind of a recurring revenue source. When we go to the salary side, what you'll see there are the salaries for the 6 positions are in the first line, not the benefits. There are no benefit costs in this analysis. Then instructor wages and professional technical services, by and large, are for the staff who actually deliver the programming. Both of those lines, right, Michelle? Yeah. And then online books and subscriptions and tools. This is predominantly for the scheduling software used for the music lessons, if I misspeak.
Yeah,
all of it, all scheduling. Okay, all scheduling and revenue collections. So that's not just for music. And then, of course, supplies for the various programs. And then there's a little bit of money for memberships, I believe, 14,000, right? So when we add all of that up, it's 791,000. The revenues are 685,000, but I can't, it's a little blurry from this distance. And so, you know, what you can see is that there's not going to be enough revenue in order to support all of the expenses. Now, what happens when we take so that's FY25. And the reason there's a range is that in this estimate, we went with the best case scenario for revenue collection in the spring. So the best case scenario is reflected here in this. And with the best case scenario for revenue collection, which would be about 115,000, Michelle estimates, it would mean that our deficit is about 105,000. If we do not receive the 115,000, we got the worst case scenario of collecting only 55,000 for the spring sessions, then the deficit would grow to 165. So depending on how the spring plays out will determine what level of deficit, not whether we have one, it's the degree to which the deficit will be, okay? Again, the fund balance is 123. So even if you looked at achieving, you know, kind of the mid-range in revenue, we will not have enough money to pay for all of the expenses in base this year. The next column, FY26, is just replicating 25, but looking at that without having these one-time revenue sources. So when we take the ARPA money out, then it reduces the revenue, you know, down to 580. The other part of the ARPA money is it's offsetting some of the expenses in the salary line this year. When we restore that, the expense goes higher. So the revenue goes lower, the expense goes higher. And so it makes that delta greater. That's without it changing any programming. And, you know, could we cut, you know, maybe a support staff position? But even if we cut that, the delta, as Michelle mentioned, is significant. It's very, very steep. And so that is really what you're looking at here. The impact of losing the one-time sources of revenue next year. And as we know, that's federal money. The likelihood of getting more federal money next year is highly unlikely, especially given the current climate out there. So that's really, you know, what the numbers look like. That's our best estimate right now of where base will wind up by the close of this year. And so certainly I can take any questions, or Michelle can answer any questions you might have regarding any of these details.
Stephen.
Okay, thank you. So obviously nobody wants to lose base.
No.
I guess I have a question for Michelle first. I guess what's not clear to me is why the only options on the table are sunsetting or fully funding base. Did you and your team consider, or is it viable to consider proposing models of something in between, where, say, the most profitable classes are proposed for continued funding, while some extremely pared down version of base operates for a couple of years while you and the board come up with a new business plan? I'm not saying this stuff is easy. I know.
Oh, I know.
I work for a nonprofit. And then some new course of action is charted with your board, so that we don't lose base, which would seem like a real loss for Brookline, but that there's an opportunity to shrink and then rebuild. Is that a viable course of action?
Yeah, well, we discussed it as a staff, and we talked about a lack of $190,000 in grant funds is really going to hurt us. I'm going to, if we continue, I'm going to definitely reapply for grants and look for other ones. But there's always a risk. Like the $17,000 grant, I asked for $200,000. So you just don't know what they're going to award you. That being said, we talked about what we believe is a real need in the community, which is late afternoon programming for children. So when the PTO programs that are run end, we've heard that they end around 3:30, 4 o'clock, and then parents are stuck, with they can't get out of work in time, or they have to arrange for transportation. It makes it difficult. So we thought we might take advantage of that opportunity. We have a survey that we've prepared. We have not yet sent it out, but we would. We just didn't want to disappoint people in case the vote was, to end the program. But, hopefully that's something that we might look into. Running only the most profitable classes, like you said, it's something that we're trying to do. It's very difficult because, for example, sewing, it's probably not the best example to use, but this past year we had 20 students enroll in sewing, right? But 2 years ago we had none. So it's really hard to predict what the enrollment is going to be in our models. But with the afternoon program only running the most profitable, most, our most popular classes are the ones out of the Unified Arts Building. The pottery, the woodworking, painting, things like that. And I think it would be a loss for the community because it's very rare. I think Brookline is the only dark room in the Metro Boston area is what I've heard. So there's a lot of special things out of UAB. Hopefully someday, if we're allowed to continue, once we get back to the kind of revenues that we had in the past, we'd be able to contribute for the wear and tear that our students take in the Unified Arts Building, for example. The faculty over there, the directors and everybody, they've been wonderfully supportive, but it's something that we need to do for them, and I would hope to do. We also want to run some more family-friendly programming on Saturdays. Right now, it's just for adults, but we've heard that, like a mom and me or a grandparents' day or, something that will pull the community in, could increase some of our revenues on the weekends. And then the last thing would be to offer our English as a second language courses in the evening. Right now, we only offer them during the daytime, and we would need to recruit some more teachers to teach in the evening because the instructors we have now don't teach evenings. But those are just a few of the things that I would hope would raise the revenue such that we wouldn't have that deficit. We would make up for at least the 190,000 at a minimum.
I guess what I'm looking for is,
Yeah.
is there some minimal level of funding that the school committee could provide
Yeah.
that would allow you to continue a meaningful level of operations while you regrouped for the future, so that we don't lose base permanently, but we give you the chance to build a bridge to a future where you flourish in a moment where we would otherwise struggle to fully fund you?
Yeah, I would say based on our projections for next year, we would need a minimum of 400,000 ultimately to be comfortable.
Over a period of how long?
That would kick us off because, hopefully we would bring in that additional revenue. I'm hopeful that it would happen, but, that would be the ultimate.
But over how long?
The length of time would be probably a couple of years, I think, and that's just based on past history and some funding that we've received. I think that would take us at least a couple of years.
Thanks, Michelle.
Yeah, sure. Thank you.
I'm not sure I've understood the answer to Stephen's original question, where you were asking, like, is it possible to sort of focus on the most profitable courses? And you seem to be saying, Michelle, that that's hard because you can't predict early enough which courses will be profitable.
At times, we do have historic data in our registration database, and we can track and see which courses have, over the history of the program, run into the most revenue. We're trying that model this spring. Instead of 125 classes, we're offering 90, I believe. And we're trying to reallocate our resources on the work that one of the program managers is doing to shift to do some work on children's programming or some of these other things that I've mentioned. Does that answer your question, Andy? No?
Not completely. I'm still trying to understand,
Yeah.
is what Stephen was suggesting at all feasible, that you kind of, over time, like you've built up some understanding of which courses will be
Yes.
profitable? You're saying you've already done that to some extent. These 90 courses you are running are the ones you thought would
Yeah, and it
would run at a
changes each
profit.
term. It changes each term based on, who's available to teach it, space, if that's an issue. That's only usually an issue over the summer, but, yeah.
Jesse?
Yeah, Michelle, so I guess to follow up on Stephen's point, is there within the financials a fixed part that doesn't, what, is that sort of, yeah, okay, so if we're looking at the overall budget, do you want to just continue with that? Yeah, you sure? I guess my question is, to run the program with 120 courses and to run it with 90 courses is just 30 more people teaching those courses, right? I mean, okay, but let's just say you halved it because you had to save on expense. Okay, so there'll be less revenue, but you have only 60 courses or even 30 courses. It sounds terrible, but I'm just saying, let's just say you had a, so what's the fixed cost as you reduce the number of courses? At some point, you're just increasing revenue because, and your expenses, your teachers, so your instructors, and maybe some room rentals or something, but is there some lower part where this is gonna be what it needs to run?
Yes.
And then,
The most expensive line is our staffing line. It's an average of $400,000 a year, which really isn't too bad for a staff of 6 when you think about it. But still, it's that would definitely, we would need to meet that in order to meet our fixed expenses. And then we also have the additional cost of the benefits that we haven't been charged very recently. That Susan mentioned, and I believe we could, if we reduce one of our staff members, a support staff position, I think that would cover the cost of the benefits, so that, we're trying to plot everything out as best as we can, knowing what our expenses are, what our potential expenses could be, and, offering mainly just those core classes that we know will run, and we can reallocate resources with the staff and restructure some things.
Suzanne?
Well, kind of following up on Stephen and Jesse, is there a way, Michelle, that you can have a balanced budget? Is there a way that you can show us a balanced budget? I mean, for instance, you have general tuition as leveled from last year going into next year.
Yeah.
I mean, do you anticipate there'll be, I guess I'm trying to get to a balanced budget somehow. I know you can't do it completely and it's projected, but it's hard to have an unbalanced budget.
It is.
When you don't know, when your funding source is so unknown.
Yeah.
And, we've been doing this for a number of years. Of course, the pandemic was really hard on us. But I would love for you not to have to be in this position year after year.
Yeah.
And I would love for us not to have to be in the position of year after year, having to make these really tough decisions and having to do this. So I'm just wondering if you could do a balanced budget. You would have to decide, it's your budget, what that might look like, but that would help us going forward.
I see what you're saying. When Susan and I sat down and took a look at FY25, and then, because of those variables, we went with, let's just do an identical to this past year. That is not, my goal is to only bring in $415,970, and then an additional $145,000 for the music extension lesson, which I believe with the 17,000 brings us up to about $580,000 in revenue. I would like to, I've been aggressive in my projections of 20% growth annually is what my goal was. That was my goal. Some years we have passed that. Other years we've only had 11% growth. It just hasn't been consistent every single year. And I've met with people with more of a finance background to help walk through some of that. And they kind of laughed at me a little bit when they said, what percentage did you want? 20%? Like, that's a lot for basically a small business to try to grow that quickly each year and get back to the revenue model that we had prior to the pandemic, which was about 1.6 million. So it was significantly, the pandemic really, really hurt us. With the lack of revenue coming in and canceling classes, we haven't had a catalog. The expenses for the catalog run about $100,000 for 4 catalogs to be mailed out each year. So we cut that expense to try to be responsible. But it has hurt us in our marketing efforts. So, we really have been operating with our hands tied in many ways. And I really, if based on, past conversations I've had with former finance directors, if I could have a $400,000 cash reserve, that would be enough to help us get through some of these unpredictable rainy days. But that is a lot of money. Yeah.
I mean, the problem is it's not unpredictable rainy days. For years now, Base has been losing money, and we're not seeing a business plan for having it stop losing money at such a rate.
I'm happy to pull some numbers and things together. I mean, I have some general things. I wasn't prepared to present that tonight. I am happy to do that for you if that's something you'd like. It was my understanding we were just going to quickly go through the update and move on to, I didn't realize you'd all have all these questions this evening, but I'm happy to answer them, and I'm happy to get you whatever you need if I can't answer them this evening.
Stephen?
I guess I have a question for Dr.
Yeah.
Givens. Dr. Givens, I wonder if you have any suggestions for us, if you see any financial course of action for the school committee whereby we might continue to provide some smaller level of funding, of financial support to Base, whereby we guarantee its continued existence, but decline to fully fund it given our financial situation and its growing costs. Is there a course of action for the school committee that you can see that way, or is that not an option available to us? We either fully take on the costs of Base or we don't.
Well, there is a town rec program, and one of the things Michelle and I had talked about early on was maybe a merging of that, because there is some crossover in programming, and there's also, advertising, and there's other things that, maybe if the programs merge together on the town, under the town's kind of auspices of community in programming, that perhaps that might help both programs. My understanding, and certainly Michelle can speak to it more clearly than I, is that historically the rec program was centered around sports, and Base was more cultural, I would say, and but there's lines that have been blurred in that way. So that was one of the things we had talked about. Also, what about combining, and doing more of a collaborative model between, let's say, Newton and Brookline because of the close proximity. Michelle explored that, and that didn't seem to be something that Newton was enthusiastic about doing with us. So a lot of things, as Michelle said, they're, investing in programming and marketing. That was a strategy that has taken place already. We added another person to develop programming this year. And it was just, I think the issue isn't the quality of programming with BASE. I think our
Oh, no one's contesting.
yeah, no, it's not that. I really do think that this type of programming, I think, struggles since COVID. I know that in prior community that I was in, we had the same phenomenon, that when COVID hit, a lot of the community-based programming, for obvious reasons, was no longer something that you could offer. And then once COVID,
So you think just the business model isn't there
I
at
just-
the cost that is, unless we meet these costs?
yeah, I wish I could. I'm usually pretty optimistic, and
I hear you.
I wish I could come up with a pathway forward. I don't see it. I don't see a clear. I wish I could. I understand. I hear you. I don't have an answer for you tonight. I'm sorry for that.
Is it appropriate for me to come and say something?
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Remember, Helen might, a couple of years ago, the town side gave the recreation department $500,000 to run summer programs for free. So students that may have come to BASE in the past could take programs through the recreation department free. How long the $500,000 is going to last, I'm not sure. Okay, I don't know what the intricacies, but that has been a part of the reduction in the summer program or students coming to the summer program that we need to look at as well. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. But
Yeah, Carolyn, and then Mariah. Yes.
Thanks, and I appreciate that this is a lot and questions. And forgive me if you went over this. I just want to get a little bit of historical context. So I'm hearing totally that the COVID years really crushed. If you can just super briefly, like, was it always fine, profitable? Were you always dipping into reserves? What did that only start during COVID? Like, it's because this is a problem that we're saying is COVID based, then there's this temporary money that's going away. I just would be interested in more of the history, and sorry, I'm going to sort of piggyback another question. So the history, and have you always gotten as much as like $100,000 annually in grants to bolster? And this is a sort of separate question. People are asking what are the most profitable parts. I'm wondering if you know where you're losing the money. And then related to all of this is just the question of if the school department were to, give a boost. I have concerns the same way I do about using sort of one-time infusions in the schools, and we've seen this with ARPA all over the place. So would an infusion, and I'm not asking, obviously I value, but I just have to ask this sort of as a fiscal question. My concern would be that even if the school department gave an infusion, that that's not sustainable structurally, that there's you'd still be in the same position in a few years. And that's a difficult question. I'm not so much a question, but I'm putting it out there as a concern, and if you'd like to address that, that's fine too.
With regards to grants, I've been applying for grants through the Brookline Community Foundation. They've provided us with a safety net grant. One of the reasons we've lost money is because we've given away, this is before ARPA, but we've given away a lot of money in scholarships because we didn't want to turn children away. And that was at the direction of a former school committee. Most members aren't on the committee today. And I think the thought at that point was that, the growth was going to pull us out of the pandemic much faster. And our revenue and enrollment has a good trajectory. It's just not fast enough. So we are getting there. In terms of how long has the program run into a deficit, when I first started here 5.5 years ago, I was told I had 1.6 million in the account. And when the pandemic came, I realized very quickly that something wasn't right. And I approached the school committee, and they graciously awarded an audit. And the audit came back, and they took a look, and they said there was an issue with the Munis system where the way it was set up at the time was that people were spending money off of projections and what they put in their budget rather than actual. So since then, I've been told that that has changed and been fixed. But the auditor, when he came in, said that the last time the program did run a profit was, I believe he said 2018. I'd have to pull all the reports together to show you. But that was rather shocking to me, as I said, when they hired me, it wasn't, there was $1.6 million is what I was told, and there really wasn't. So when we had the pandemic come and we had to cut all those classes and switch from in-person to online, we did end up losing more revenue as a result of that, and we had to cut our staff. There was only 2 of us working full-time, and the rest either lost their job. There was 11 of us, and now we're down to 6, with probably 1 fiscal year not being with us.
So given your tenure and its overlap, you came right before the pandemic.
Yeah, a couple weeks, like six weeks, unfortunately.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, and this is not, again, not a criticism. I'm just trying to get the whole context. I guess it would be fair to say that in you haven't experienced the program thriving because you inherited.
Yeah. I inherited.
Even without the pandemic.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And you don't know, or we don't have that in front of us. Like, I'm wondering if you were told it was 1.6, let's pretend it even was. 5 years before that, was it 3.6? I don't know. And it sounds like you might not know. And
I do have that information.
Okay.
I don't have it in front of me. I'm happy to get it for you. But in general, it was around 1.6, 1.8 million for many years prior to that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it was sustainable.
With a larger staff and with a catalog and more marketing, it definitely was. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, sure.
I
Did I
see-
answer all your questions? You had a lot of them.
Sorry, they were sort of intertwined.
I see Mariah's
Yes,
hand
you
up,
did.
and,
Thank you.
I think after that, we may need to move on because we have quite a number of other things to deal with tonight. Mariah?
Thanks, Andy. I just wanted to say that, like other members of the committee have voiced, I find this to be a really disappointing place to be. And, base, as we've heard from so many members of the community, has really been something that welcomed them to the community, that offered learning and connection when they were most seeking that. And I do think it would be a tremendous loss for the community And so I really, really, really want to emphasize and hope that perhaps school committee members, and I'm happy to, do this work, but that we reach out to rec. I think that the natural partner of base is rec. And there's a lot of different systems that they have in common, the need to register, the need to, all the different things that they do, working with children, safety protocols. There's just so much in common. And yes, the programming itself has been different, but I don't see that as, an insurmountable obstacle. And so I really want us, for however this vote goes, to see how this partnership with rec can really make base much more financially sustainable through, again, perhaps, elimination of some of the costs that they both have in common. They don't both need registration systems, for example. And so I really think that we should pursue that. And I would like the committee, I don't know if we need to vote a formal resolution of it, but I really think that we should be supporting that type of collaboration.
So I would suggest tabling it for now. We can revisit this, but I have to say I'm very concerned that I don't think the school department is in any condition to put up $400,000 when there seems to be no plan for base to ever return to breaking even.
Oh, I do have a lot of information like that. I just don't have it tonight. But I do understand what you're saying. It is a lot of money. But there are plans in place. It's not like I'm winging it, I think I might have misunderstood your question before about a business plan.
Yeah, so perhaps we should table this, and before we take this up again, there should be some discussions with RAC.
Okay.
With RAC.
Oh, with
With RAC. All right, thank you very much, Michelle.
Dinner was at 6:30, by the way.
All right, next up we have the Office of Student Services.
Please, thank you so much.
Sorry. One question, hold on a second. So if I understood Susan correctly, the summer programs are profitable, and they could at least go, we could at least make that clear that base could continue through the summer to get those profits. I think that's what I heard Susan say.
I assume that no action is needed for that, right? Unless.
Well, I think they need some clarity.
Andy, I do think that people who might be considering registering would feel reassurance if we were to commit that no matter what happens, the summer programs will run. So I do think there's a community benefit to saying that out loud.
How much would we, well, I guess it's actually not on the next fiscal year's budget, right?
Well, didn't Susan say it wouldn't end until after the summer program, which means the summer program is happening? I thought you said that 9/1, Susan? Oh,
That's the proposal. That's the proposal, Jess.
Yeah, so if the summer program this year were to run at a loss, we would have to cover that out of the FY25 budget, not FY26, correct? Or would it come out of FY26? It would. Oh, well then.
Well, but they're predicting a surplus there. I guess we need the numbers. You need to do the numbers and come back to us so we can. Yeah, this is, right there.
It's small, though.
So.
So the current projection is for a profit this summer of about $9,000.
No, that's last summer.
FY25 is summer of 24.
But
Okay.
can I get
so-
clarity? The numbers that are shown here are just for the program. Do they or do they not include all the associated salaries of the office staff?
Right.
It includes that.
Okay, so this is a quote unquote fully loaded presentation of the cost.
Yes.
Just for the summer program.
Right. Just on.
So Susan, do you think we would need to add money to the FY26 budget in order to cover ourselves for this summer?
No.
Then I suppose there's no problem in providing clarity. Thank you. I'm not sure we need to take a formal vote on it. So doing nothing means that, right.
Well, unless people are afraid that something's going to happen.
Yeah, I think
And
we
they
can
don't
reaffirm
register.
that they
and
will be going
so-
through the summer and we will be working on
Yeah.
whatever the future is.
Okay, if that's the sense of the committee, if no one objects, I'm not sure we need to take a formal vote, but that's the clear sense.
Andy, I'd still like us to take a formal vote. I'm gonna make a motion
All
that the
right, make a motion,
committee,
yeah.
committee, commits to, keeping base open through September.
I'll
Yeah,
second.
but what does that mean? There's some action that we take or not, but to commit to, we don't keep base open. We have to provide money to insure ourselves against them making a loss.
Which is what I think Mariah said.
I don't
My
agree that that's an
motion
action we can
stands, Andy.
take.
I think it is a motion. It's an action that we just took, which is to not close the program before September.
But that means that we're liable for any losses that might occur, and we don't have that budgeted.
And Susan just said to you, she doesn't think it's gonna have to incur a loss. We don't need to add anything to our budget.
So if that's the case, why do we need to take a vote? We're not adding anything to our budget. We're not taking an action.
Andy, this is for the community to feel like it wasn't just a conversation, but there was a firm commitment made.
So
It was moved and seconded, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So we just voted then? And
I
so-
want clarity. Susan is about to provide some clarity.
So when I responded, I was responding to us sunsetting the program. If we're not going to, we still have benefit costs and other costs. You can't just go a little bit at a time and tick away at it, because you are going to ultimately have to have an appropriation approved at town meeting if you're going to keep it open longer than the 31st of August.
Okay, but up to the 31st of August.
If you're sunsetting, right? If you're going to sunset at that time, I think you'll be okay.
Meaning we
Because,
won't go negative.
right, I think you'll be okay. But the decision has to be that you'll sunset, and we only showed this slide because we wanted to give you the option, since it's been advertised, parents have already paid, that we would be able to at least honor the commitment, given that the likelihood of it being not profitable seems very slim, since there's a history of it being profitable. But
Okay,
beyond that, you can't just pick away at it, because there'll be no appropriation, which has to be done now in order to be able to make a commitment. Also, doesn't take into consideration what is going to happen with the benefits, right? So baked in this, we should be okay if you're going to sunset. If you're not going to sunset, then that's a different conversation. I just want to be clear.
Right, but that's 2 months of appropriation, not at 12 months.
Correct.
Val, and then I do think we're ready to vote. I'm satisfied now.
Well, I'm not quite yet. So I just want to make sure that we're decoupling these votes. So we're going to table a vote on base in the big picture to another meeting. And we're going to vote on the summer now. Is that right? I just want
That's
to make
my
sure
understanding,
I
yeah.
want to make sure we're going to take base up again.
Yes, I think we need to, after maybe some conversations with rec, and with with a business plan to consider.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. All right, let us vote. Carolyn? Right, this is, as Mariah said, just reaffirming our commitment to keep it open on the understanding that Susan has provided that we don't actually have to budget anything for this.
But Susan, did you say that means we are sunsetting it? Or
No.
we can meet again?
No, there's no motion to sunset.
No, we're not saying anything about after August 31st. All right.
Susan did, though.
Yeah, just to be clear, if you're not going to sunset base, you need to appropriate some money in the FY26 budget.
Right.
Right, but we have another, it doesn't have to be at this meeting. Right.
This motion is simply to state the school committee's commitment to keep base open through August 31st of this year. That's my understanding of the motion.
Yes.
Betsy, is that right?
What my understanding of that is,
Oh,
but what my understanding of that is, means that that is committing to, at a later date, funding base. That, what I think that means is that we will, at a later date, commit to funding base. So I want to make sure that what we're voting on is something that's very clear for the community, right? We don't want to vote that we're going to have the summer now, only to later take it away. So I just want to make sure that we all understand that if we vote to keep the summer, that means that at some point we're going to be allotting money to keep base open next.
That wasn't my understanding of.
No, it doesn't cost money for the summer, Sarah.
Yeah, Sarah, it doesn't cost money. It goes in the revolver. We don't need to allocate money in the general fund to it if we run the summer. So in the future, we might vote to sunset base, but any sunset date would not be before the summer programs run. So parents and caregivers can feel confident that if they have or will sign up for these programs, they're not going to be left in the lurch at the last minute that the program is not running. That's all this vote is doing, is saying, yes, we will run these programs for the summer. Beyond that, we're not making any commitments.
Why do we need to vote that?
That's what I was asking you before, but I think just for clarity's sake, I don't see any harm in voting it and some benefit for the community.
Really small thing before we take the vote. Is there any significance to the September 1st date versus August 31st? Does that run us into the school year? Does that commit us to additional funding? No? Okay. No concerns.
All right, let's vote. Carolyn?
This is not a reflection of my value of the program. I'm going to abstain.
Helen?
Yes.
Suzanne?
Yes.
Stephen?
Yes.
Sarah?
Yes.
Jesse?
Yes.
Val?
Yes.
Mariah?
Yes.
And I'll vote yes as well.
Thank you guys for coming.
All right. So thank you for raising that, Helen. I think it's a useful thing to do. All right. Suzanne has something.
On the line item, we had down 23,000. Do we now no longer have that in there?
Right. Well, we haven't taken action on it, so that
So
stays
we're just
white.
going to come back. Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
All right. Dr. Schmuckler, Office of Student Services.
Is the mic okay? Okay. Okay, good evening, everybody. I thought I would just start by giving sort of a high-level data, that really reflects, I think, the district's ongoing commitment to the. Yes, sorry, that's okay. That reflects the district's ongoing commitment to students in special education and to student services in general. This is the proposed budget by office, which, as you can see, almost 40% of the budget supports students in special education and student services. Obviously, this was pre the reductions, so the superintendent's office has been reduced, and you reduced the Office of Educational Equity. So just, again, I think importance of the ongoing commitment in terms of the district and special education and student services. Next slide. And this just shows it from FY23 to 26, again, just the levels of support in terms of special education and student services across the years. Next slide. So this is, you saw this March the 27th. So that's just a refresh in terms of out-of-district numbers for tuition. And as we discussed last time, out-of-district is students who are placed out-of-district, and then students are settlement. Both of those groups we pay tuition for. And so those are the numbers just over time. Next slide. And so this just gives you, and I think, Steve, you had asked just to take a look at the data from FY24 and FY25. FY24 is asterisk because it's probably not 100% accurate. I'm sort of going back and trying to recreate it. You'll also see it also does not align with the budgets in either FY24 or 25. Particularly around your settlement numbers. And so again, it's just, you won't be able to kind of match up necessarily between what's in the budget. But that, and as you can see, the expenditures and then what was budgeted all all in, which is your lines for tuition, your lines for settlements for both FY24 and FY25.
Can I ask just one question? I'm unclear. The total under FY24 of 84 in parentheses and the 70 in underneath, what does that mean?
Yeah. So that just shows sort of the dynamic nature of sort of out of district. So in general, settlements end in June the 30th. And so, for example, at the end of FY24, we ended with 24 settlements on June the 30th, and 14 students came off settlement. And so we started the FY25 fiscal year with 10 students on a settlement. So at the beginning of the fiscal year on September the 1st, we actually had 70 students in out of district, and currently there are an additional 16 settlements this year, and so that you see the number of 26. And again, just, that's sort of the nature we talked a lot about last week about students who age out and withdraw during or graduate during the year, and so that happens throughout the year. Generally, settlements end June 30th. And so you'll always see those kind of fluctuations, and there can be very large fluctuations in terms of tuition amounts. So that's what that reflects. Next slide. So this is where we are today. So on the 27th, we looked at the current numbers with everything loaded in that we knew then. And so we had 66 students out of district. We had 19 settlements, and that brought us to a total of 85 students on March the 27th, moving into the fiscal year. As of today, we have an additional 4 students in terms of our out-of-district numbers, and we've had 2 students that are coming off settlements because they're moving out of Brookline, which happens. We did not know that on March the 27th. So again, just I think, as I said, this is a very dynamic process and changes week by week. Similar to, we talked last week about move-in students and the needs that we had in March for move-in students with the additional of paras. I think in both areas, we just see an enormous amount of flux and dynamism and budget volatility in terms of the impact if you're not sort of running with a contingency, which will bring us to the next slide. And so again, that just gives you budget estimates, right, of just where we were on March the 27th. And then we've had an increase, and again, we're forecasting. So we have 4 students who we know are going to be on the out-of-district list. I'm budgeting it in a mix of, it's $500,000, which is 3 day placements and a residential placement. And so again, I'm projecting, based on what I know now, what those costs are. $100,000 is an average cost of a day placement. So that's what you're seeing in those estimates. With the settlements, that's what's being reduced from the settlement line. And so again, you're just seeing a little shift in the numbers in terms of number of students out of district, number of students on settlements. So next slide. And so last time we met, we looked at our out-of-district numbers, and we looked at the contingency. I had baked in, prior to our meeting on the 27th, a contingency of $800,000 in terms of just looking at the last 2 years, where both in FY24 and FY25, it's been underfunded, and you've needed to go to the town for a reserve transfer. And then at that meeting, we added an additional $250,000 to the contingency. So on March the 27th, we had a contingency of $1 million, $1,050,000. With where we are now in terms of, we've already actually gone into that contingency. So we're currently sitting with $650,000 in the contingency from the 27th. We also have 2 students on what we call a wraparound list. That means 2 students where concerns have been raised and we're trying to do wraparound, which means really trying to prevent placement, really try to look at what's happening, why are things not working as we would like them to be, and what we can do. And so those are students we're watching. And again, I'm just estimating in terms of, the rate of day placements. And so it leaves us with a contingency. If we factor that all in, which I think as I've shared, it's the way I've always sort of managed an out-of-district list, with really looking at what is your all-in number in terms of budgeting and projections. That's where we are today in terms of the contingency. What I haven't done yet, and Susan and I talked about this today, is we haven't actually gone and looked at the impact on transportation, right? So every time you add an additional student in a day placement, you're adding transportation costs. So we have not, and we will do that early next week. We have not factored in the transportation costs to that. Go back, Linus. Any questions? I know that's a lot of information in a.
We had tried to take some savings from that.
I haven't touched that, right? So you took $417,000, which is still in this.
And it's okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So what I did is obviously reduce the contingency. So the 417,000 which was a reduction on 327, is still there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay. Any other questions on that before? Okay. So I'll start off by saying, as I think I have every time I have stood up here, all of these proposed reductions have very significant impact, as you've heard from certainly my colleagues this evening. These certainly are not proposals or reductions that I recommend, but these were the proposals that were part of that initial 12.9. This is what's remaining after the reductions that people made on the March the 27th. So this is the same information that was presented on the 13th and the 27th. And if you go to the next slide, and then I'll go back to this one, all in all, there are 4.5 FTEs in this list. I'll talk about the BEEP one in a moment, and that is that's the dollar amount attached to those reductions. The BEEP that you're seeing there, that is actually a coding error. So the BEEP psychologist is a 0.6 FTE. And if you remember last time, Susan and I were having a little sparring here as to whether whether that had or not had not been taken out. There was a position in the original 21.9, which was a 0.5 FTE psychologist at FRR that had been taken out, which is what I thought Susan was talking about. But this is actually is still in the budget. So we're carrying it from a dollar perspective as a 1.0, but it is actually a 0.6. It used to be a 1.0. For the last couple of years, it has been a 0.6. So there's currently, you're sitting with a 0.4 FTE there that is a savings, is a reduction. That has been incorporated into the 4.5 and the dollar amount. So if you want to go back up.
Wait, sorry. That's an adjustment. That's not a vote we have to take, right?
Well, you don't have to take a vote. It's just to let you know, because if you looked in your budget books on the salary, you would see a 1.0 for the BEEP psychologist, and the attached dollars, and it's a 0.6. So it is a savings. It's a reduction that can be taken out.
But it's a savings that doesn't require a vote. It's a savings that's an actual, just a simple adjustment.
Correct.
So Mariah, for our record keeping, that would be just something that we would change the debt line at the top, right?
Maybe not.
Oh.
In this particular case, Stephen, the FTE is in the budget. So to reduce the FTE, I would prefer that you take the vote. In the other case, I was making an adjustment not to FTE at all. It was just the dollar amount that was represented in the budget. The FTE remained the same. This is actually, in the budget, we're carrying a 1.0. It should have been carrying a 0.6. So you are, in fact, reducing your budget by a 0.4 FTE. So I see that.
So we would be taking a vote to reflect what's actually there.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
What's actually in place.
Yeah.
What's not in the budget.
Got it.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't know if you want to go back up and if there are any questions on.
The two lines with attrition. So I know you're not recommending that we make these cuts at all. Can you, necessarily, can you maybe just illuminate a little bit on that? Like for the Learning Center position, a whole FTE disappears and yet we can still meet our capacity? Or will we be dipping into tough territory in terms of student support?
So the high school has done their sections for special education, and they, based on their sectioning, that will be by attrition, they feel like they are well positioned to be able to provide all the services they need based on current sectioning, with letting that position be in a position
Just
that
be
leads to attrition.
empty. Okay, thank you. Okay.
So that's separate from BHS.
Correct. The Learning Center 1.0 was in the OSS.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then can you please explain on the first row, current faculty requests?
Correct. So it's currently a 0.8. It's being carried in the budget as a 1.0 because that is what it has been many years ago. The current faculty is at a 0.8. The current faculty would like to stay at a 0.8. So similar to, but we're carrying a 1.0. So we would be honoring the faculty request to not move it to a 1.0.
And I think this is obvious, but I just want to make sure that I'm not super dumb. The FTE column is the reduction by.
Right, exactly.
Reduce FTE by.
Exactly.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Mariah.
Yep, so the FTE we're reducing.
Thank you. Could you tell me the dollar amount of the, it's on the next slide, the district-wide psychologist?
It's 153,611 with benefits.
Okay, so if we were to, for example, vote, like if I were to make a motion, I would take the 532, 433 minus the 153?
Correct.
Okay, and all these other positions, the benefits or fractional benefits are baked into that 532 already?
Correct.
Okay. I would like to make the motion to accept these cuts less the district-wide psychologist position. Which based on everything we've heard, I feel like doesn't seem to make a lot of sense. But the rest of it, I would make the motion for the committee to accept.
I'd second it.
Quick question.
Yep, Carolyn.
Thank you. Was the 0.4 nurse part of this?
Yeah.
Is it still?
It is.
Sorry.
It is
On the other slide.
Okay,
Yep.
sorry.
Yep.
It's hard.
Dr. Schmuckler, what was that psychologist amount again?
153,611.
I'm sorry, can we just go back to the other slide again?
Sure.
Can you advance the slide, please? Advance one slide, please.
She just asked.
Oh, sorry. That one. Oh, okay. Yeah, thank you, sorry. No, we're good. We're good. That's, yeah, thank you. My mistake.
All right. I mean, I might propose an amendment to also exclude the 0.3 intake ETF from BEEP from the list of cuts, but we'll see if anyone seconds that. That was discussed at the March 27th meeting as well.
So if you do both of those, your reduction will be 343,180.
Wait a minute, can you go back? So what do you say?
Yeah, so Mariah's motion sort of excluded only the district-wide psychologist.
Right.
I'm proposing to amend that to also exclude the 0.3 BPTF.
And you said, how much was that?
343,180.
How can it be that much?
I'm sorry. I retract.
So what's just that cost?
Yeah, because that doesn't seem,
Oh, wait, sorry.
yeah.
Do the math quickly. Yeah, no, that is, if you take the district-wide psychologist plus the 0.3 ETF, subtract that from 532,443, it leaves you with 343,180.
But we're asking what is just the 0.3 ETF?
Oh, the 0.3 ETF is 35,652.
And sorry, can I, just to review, that was the position that does sort of intake?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And what does ETF stand for?
Educational Team Facility.
Okay, right, thank you. I can never remember that.
I'd like to retract the second, I'm sorry.
Okay, so currently my proposed amendment is unseconded.
Oh, I'll second it.
Helen, okay. So is there any discussion before we vote on that amendment?
Well, could you just, did we have the discussion on the 0.3 ETF already at another meeting?
I mean, it was discussed on March 27th, and the discussion at that time, I think, also included the BEAT principle.
Okay.
And if I might, BEAP actually came through with like 256 when we had asked them for 100,000, and got a better program out of it. And they were, thank you for remembering that. They were saying that this was a critical piece of helping new families coming into the program.
Yeah. Stephen?
Just for discussion, can you go back to the previous slide, please? I guess I would like to ask for rationale for making these cuts from people who are in favor of it. I don't see why we should support any of these cuts except for the current faculty request, given the strong need for fully staffing our special education currently.
Well, that's what I asked earlier, right, Stephen? After the attrition, for example, of the two, that's a 1.2, would we be in danger of not being able to provide all the services?
And then I guess I'd like to echo that question.
So Mariah has her hand up, maybe to answer the question.
Well, from my perspective, we've been told that Learning Center, that they can section Learning Center in a way that meets all the students with Learning Center on their grids needs. The BHS guidance 0.2, I believe we were told at the previous meeting, ties to another cut. And the BHS social worker is currently an open position. And so that is my understanding of the situation, is none of these are cuts in services.
Right.
Can we hear from Anthony?
Yeah, so I see that Anthony Meyer wanted to comment on this.
Yeah. So, I mean, the BHH, the 0.2 of that guidance is, I can say it right, is I can say, I'm just making sure, is Alexia Thomas, who is currently in that position, and she is the new director of guidance and counseling. So that's where that 0.2 comes from in terms of the attrition. I think the 0.8 piece, the high school will be speaking about.
Then I guess I would want to know, why wouldn't we want to replace the 1.0 that in attrition from the Learning Center? Why wouldn't we want to hire the BHS
Robin on?
social
Yeah,
worker?
Robin is on.
Robin on, Betsy?
Robin's on the Zoom, if you want to.
She was there before.
Yeah.
There she is.
Also,
Maybe she could speak to that.
Robin, do you want to speak to the Learning Center 1.0?
Sure. That position, once we looked at, as you said, it was attrition. Once we looked at where that position is servicing students, and we looked at the sectioning and how we could reconfigure staff, we're able to meet that need. We're able to meet that cut if we go forward, and it would not impact students.
When you say not impact students, what does that mean?
That means that we are able to shift people around through sectioning and specialized programming and meet the needs of students.
I'm sorry, I don't understand how reducing by 1 FTE can result in the same level of service.
Because the way that we've been able to to section students in the way that the specialized programs are supporting, cohorts of students. We're able to move staff around to meet the sections that we need and meet the specialized program numbers that we have coming in next year.
Okay, thank you.
Also, I'm sorry. It's okay. We should remember that there's going to be 44 less kids at the high school approximately next year. So that also is probably reflected in part of what we're seeing here.
All right, looks to me like we're ready to take a vote on my amendment to add the 0.3 BEEP ETF, or to rather remove that from the list of proposed cuts. So I'll start with Jesse.
Yes.
Sarah.
Yes.
Stephen.
Yes.
Suzanne.
Yes.
Helen.
Yes.
Carolyn.
Yes.
Val.
Yes.
Mariah.
This is on your amendment, correct?
Yes, it's on my amendment.
Yes, I vote yes.
Yeah, don't leave, Helen. We're about to vote on the main motion, or what's become the main motion now that the amendment has passed with my vote as well. All right, I think, are we ready to vote on the main motion now? All right, let's start again with Jesse.
Yes.
Sarah.
Yes.
Stephen.
Yes.
Suzanne.
Yes.
Helen.
Yes.
Carolyn.
Yes.
Val.
Yes.
Mariah.
Yes.
And I vote yes as well.
What's the total size of this, the total dollar value of this again?
It was about 180, like 340 or something?
343,180.
Thank you.
343, 180.
And what's the FTE? That removes how many FTE total? So it's 11.6? It removes,
You've left 1.3, so it leaves you with 3.2.
thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Schmuckler. Next up, we have Brookline High School. We have Anthony Meyer and Hal Mason with us.
Thank you, school committee members. Thank you, district leaders. I'm joined by Hal Mason, as Dr. Liu said, and Robin Fabiano. Can you hear me okay? So we appreciate the opportunity to be here. I want to be super clear about what our task is tonight. Our task as high school leaders is to share with you the final bucket of reductions to the high school, $250,000 of reductions. This comes after the March 20th meeting when we shared some possibilities, and since then we've engaged, as you can imagine, in a number of discussions and tried to make difficult decisions. They are painful, but we also believe that they are manageable. So my hope is that our presentation will be mercifully short for you. We have 2 slides, well, 1 including the. So this is what we would plan for $250,000 worth of cuts. As you heard from Dr. Schmuckler, there is a 0.2 guidance piece under OSS, a reduction. The other 0.8 of that 1.0 position is reducing an associate dean. We have an associate dean who will succeed Ms. Neff Veer as our guidance coordinator, so there would be an opening position. This is a cut we can make through attrition. Then we have, I'll just speak to the MCAS coordinator. You heard about that. While it is a paraprofessional position, I would argue it's quasi-administrative in terms of supporting Hal, in terms of working through the MCAS in a world where there are less needs given the changes in the MCAS. We believe we can reduce this position. As you can see, these are approximations. We will share the very specific numbers that get us to a total of 266, but we've approximated those here for you. I'm going to turn it over to our wonderful special ed director, Robin Fabiano, to talk about the 2 paraprofessional positions. And hopefully you'll hear a theme here of cuts through attrition that we think are manageable.
Thanks, Anthony. So we have 40 positions, paraprofessional positions at the high school. This year, we had some difficulty in the beginning of the year, making sure our numbers, that 40 was allocated to us. So I was delayed in hiring one paraprofessional. And through this year, we have had a number of paraprofessionals on FMLA or have left, and we've had to rehire, which is typical of the high school and many other schools hiring paraprofessionals. And so we have been able to move people around to still meet all of the students' IEP grids and services, working with under the 40 paraprofessionals that we've been allocated. And so I feel as though since we have not been fully funded, like fully hired through the year, we're able to reduce at the general population. And then we have one specialized program where we've looked at the numbers and we're able to reduce one paraprofessional associated with that program. I'm being somewhat vague because these are assigned to people. These are real people, and we haven't had those discussions yet. I do know that those two positions can be reallocated to open positions to help with the incoming needs at the pre-K to 8 schools. And so those people wouldn't lose jobs, they would be reallocated. And I think that's really important.
Thanks, Robin. So I think the second thing that we would do is just share with you, in the past, on March 20th, we shared a very broad organizational outline, and we've heard feedback that it would be helpful to get a better sense of our administrative structure, student support structure, and so Hal is going to speak to that.
Thanks, Anthony. Using the same format that we shared last time, I sort of broke out just what the dean structure is. So you see we have 2 head deans. One does 9 and 11, the other does 10 and 12. Associate deans underneath them and serving both somewhere north of 900 students each. We have our program leaders, SWS and ACE. And then we have the Dean of Student Support Systems, and I try to break out some of the responsibilities. So the ones on the right there then would be the ones that all of the deans and program coordinators take care of, and then individually, Brian is more of our specialist in Title VI, Title IX. He runs our SIT, specializes in the bullying investigations, things like that. Some of the really complicated legal cases that we really need to have, that it's really helpful at a school this large to have that one controlling hand on that's able to do it. But there's so many things that the deans do. I know Lisa spoke earlier, and she painted a picture of, a certain aspect of what dean's work is. It's more than that. It's more than just the small percentage of kids that are getting in serious trouble. We have those kids. We've always had those kids. We've had fewer since Kenny graduated back in, what year was that, Kenny? 91. Since 91, the problem seems to have lessened a little bit. I don't know if it's connected to Kenny graduating, but it's the deans play. They are important in those more troubled cases, but they're even more important in being the adult face of the school. They're the important people that find the kid that cut a class and get right up in their face and tell them what they need to do and call home and stop that behavior right away. So there are kids that have other issues, more significant issues, but the day-to-day adult face of the school are the deans, and it's super important that we have that structure in place, and it really is what makes the high school a caring, loving place. So there's the whole structure, and it gives you some idea of how we run the administration at the school.
Love to answer questions.
Thank you very much. Carolyn has her hand up. And then Mariah.
So, in the day-to-day, where associate deans are teaching and also doing these things and being sort of adult particular leaders, and they are aligned, and then the deans are unaligned. So that's a 12-year position, a 12-month position.
Yes.
And the unaligned are, they get a little bit of a stipend for summer work. I guess, what is the reason for not having all the deans be associate deans aligned in terms of, like, would there be a difference in cost? And I guess I'm asking, like, what do the what do the full deans do in the summer? So I guess I'm just asking for sort of the rationale.
It's a larger job. They are taking on some of the tougher cases. They're the ones typically leading the more complicated reentry meetings. They are, I should really let Anthony speak. So she's both been an associate dean and the head dean, but it's a very different role.
Sure. So I think as Hal, good question, Carolyn, thanks for asking it. As Hal said, and I can't see that small of print, but there are some tasks that they all share as just being deans, and that's really important. Our unaligned deans run our really important student support teams, along with Darby, along with others, where we're constantly meeting weekly to identify who's struggling, in what way, and facilitating that process, documenting appropriately what interventions we're trying to figure out kids who really need support. And then, as Hal said, our unaligned deans are involved in the most complicated cases and supporting the associate deans in decisions they're making, in communications home, in overall support. Because as you can imagine, in our most complicated cases, there might be 4 associate deans involved and a dean involved with multiple students and trying to navigate that. They also serve on our senior leadership team. And as Hal said about Brian, he is absolutely supporting people, both in supporting the school in really important prevention work, and really important long-term work. To the question of summer, the summertime, they are helping us plan for the next year. So a lot of work around planning professional development, planning our opening days, getting ready. I think we'll be working a lot this summer on a transition. As Darby looks to retire, we're going to be bringing Alexia Thomas on board as our guidance coordinator and thinking about what moves we need to make. And frankly, some of that is dealing with, and we'll begin this hopefully shortly, and we've truthfully already begun, but how are we planning for these shifts? If we're down a social worker, if we're down an associate dean, how do we ensure that the school continues to run well? So I think a more general answer is, rightly, associate deans as members of Unit A very much have appropriate limits on what they can be asked to do. The reality of an unaligned position where I'm cutting, or we're cutting a position in a bargaining unit, that work has to go somewhere. And the reality is unaligned positions are easier to shift work, as long as we're being reasonable and being good teammates. So I think that piece is really important. And in the absence of the senior director that Maria Lataz used to be in, Brian's work is not only important, that Dean of Student Support is not only important for the high school, I think it's going to be a key piece for our K-8 districts. I'm mindful of the assistant principals and principals at the K-8 schools who don't have that person to go to for support, and our Dean of Student Support can offer some of that counsel and training, because the reality is a really complicated investigation can upend an administrator's schedule and workload for weeks at a time.
Anthony.
Can I jump in? Can I jump in for a second and just add something? I just want to add 2 thoughts. The first one is that the unaligned deans also hold a caseload. So they are assigned students, and with an associate dean being cut, their caseload will increase. In terms of the summer, I think that people that live in schools all the time the day-to-day from September to June is really, it can be like a reactionary life and flow. And in the summer is where we do all of our planning. And so to have a team, a senior leadership team that is planning, and we really only have 8 weeks because we're starting school, we're closing school and then opening school. And so we have, 4 to 6 weeks to really like think, scope and sequence, like how is the whole year going to run? And we need people to help think about professional development, think about our faculty meetings, think about how we're going to run student support teams, think about caseloads and onboard students that are moving in over the summer and help us get our school ready. So I think that the 3 unaligned deans really play a huge role in that.
Thanks, Robin.
So Mariah and then Helen, and at some point someone should make a motion.
Anthony, what with one fewer associate dean, what will be the impacts and how will you manage those impacts on the affected grades?
Sure. So I think that is work that we've begun to do, and once we have clarity, hopefully shortly, we'll engage in that work more fully. But I would just say the planned associate dean would be one of our 2 ninth grade deans, and so imagine there's 250 kids who we need to approximately shift the caseload, and so with a single associate dean there and likely the dean of student support systems, we need to make sure we have the appropriate administrative leadership presence at 22 Tappan, given how important that 8th to 9th grade transition is. The other piece that I don't think we mention here, in many ways, 22 Tappan is its own school in terms of its own custodial team, its own food service team. So our unaligned deans and our associate deans are serving food sometimes when we're down a food service worker. We're entering codes into the machine. As kids are buying their meals. So I think it's making sure that the associate dean remaining at the 9th grade level, with the 9th grade class, has ample support, that we have appropriate presence at 22 Tappan and across the campus, and that we're supporting all associate deans and deans in a new structure that subtracts one of the Unit A associate deans.
And I think Helen.
Yeah, I'm not sure everybody was here when Maria Latas was here, and her position, which I'm trying to remember exactly and so people may not be aware that there's already a position that has been taken away, or that has not been filled, let's put it that way. That was last year's.
No, it was taken away because it was reconstituted to the Senior Director of Civil Rights and Bullying, and that position was reduced in some of the earlier meetings that we had. Yep.
Right, so but I don't think that people who came on in May would know all that.
Thank you. It's a really important compliment to Dr. Matt Dubois, who we are so fortunate to have, and it's that key complement that is, Matt does a lot of work supporting our counselors, supporting Darby and the larger high school team. Maria played that key role of supporting on investigations and all that kind of complicated mess.
All right, Suzanne.
I also hope maybe somebody takes a vacation in the summer. I'm just thinking. But I would highly recommend.
Al certainly does.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. No, I'm sure that you're busy, Susan. I'd like to move that we accept the cuts to BHS that the administration has proposed.
I'll second it.
Thank you.
Sorry, I have one more question.
Well, that's okay. We just moved
Yeah,
it. That's all.
but I just saw Andy wanted to vote. Sorry, Andy. I just want to make sure I understand with the associate dean, and this might have been Mariah's question asked a different way. My understanding of the associate deans is that they're teaching classes and being an associate dean. And I think you said this is a reduction made possible by somebody leaving?
Yes. So
Okay.
yes, to your point that
Yep.
all of our associate deans have a 0.8 administrative
Yep.
portion of their job and a
Yep.
0.2 either teaching, or if they're guidance counselors by training, they would have a 20% load of guidance counselors. So if
So you're losing a .2 classroom teacher, and I guess I just want to sort of, I assume you're confident that that's not going to negatively impact courses being offered. Like I've seen, we've gotten a few emails
Sure.
about like kids who want to take 2 science courses, or that, I want to ask
Carolyn, I
whether,
think it's the .2 guidance counselor we just voted on the OSS budget.
Thanks, Val. This particular associate dean is also, her 0.2 is a counseling load.
Okay.
So it's not a
Awesome.
teaching assignment.
Perfect, thank you. That answers the question.
I'd like to propose removing the .8 associate dean from this vote. Does anyone want to second?
Is there a second? I don't see a second.
Okay.
So let us proceed to voting on the main motion. I'll start with our remote members. Val,
Yes.
Mariah.
Sorry, Andy, what is the main motion? I missed it.
Oh, just to accept what Anthony and Hal have brought to us today.
Can we just confirm the dollar amount? Because they said they were going to say it and I don't think we heard it.
Approximately
I think it's
260.
266 plus some dollar, like
They said
hundreds of dollars. I don't have it in front of me, but we were trying not to outline exactly what people earn, but we can email that tomorrow. It's 266 and change, $266,000 and change.
Okay, yes.
Okay. Oh, right. Carolyn.
Yes.
Helen.
Yes.
Suzanne.
Yes.
Stephen.
No.
Sarah.
Yes.
Jesse.
Yes.
And I vote yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you for
Anthony,
your time
Hal,
and your support.
And Robin as well. All right, finally, under budget tonight, we have curriculum coordinators. So there's no new information or presentations about this, but that was a discussion that we left unfinished earlier. So if anyone has things to say about it now, this is the time, and we should probably try to take a vote on it tonight. Stephen?
I think we learned that the proposed savings are relatively light and the proposed disruption is relatively heavy. So I'd like to propose removing this from consideration.
Yeah, I think that was a phrase of Sarah's that I liked very much.
I'll second.
Yes, I'm stealing this entirely from Sarah's comment.
All right, is there any further discussion on that one?
I did.
Sarah did.
Yeah. So a yes is to take this off the table, right, Stephen?
So this turns that line red if we vote yes on it. So I'll start with Jesse.
Yes.
Sarah.
Yes.
Stephen.
Yes.
Suzanne.
Yes.
Helen.
Yes.
Carolyn.
Yes.
Mariah.
Yes.
Val.
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. All right, give me a moment to write, and then I will continue the meeting.
Mariah, could you update us on the number?
Sure. The number is, we're at 6 million, accepted 6,248,562. And the revised gap is $1,722,983.
I think you missed the $6,000 added to the BHS FTE. But otherwise, I have the
Oh,
same.
you're right. I did.
Oh, yeah.
Then I take it all back to
New number.
1716.
1716?
Yep,
983.
983. You can see it on the screen, right?
Now we can, yeah, thank
Okay.
you.
All right, this takes us to our school committee action of the night, which is a second reading and possible vote on the personal electronic device policy, which is a new policy in our manual. Stephen, you want to discuss this?
Okay, thank you. So the PED policy, you've seen it before. I think there were two small changes to this. One was that the first paragraph of the grades 9 through 12 just mentions that BHS will follow a limited use policy. And the second, Betsy, do you remember the second? What was the other blue highlight? Oh, right, we added the word illustrative to consequences. The big conversation was whether to have this section at all. When I asked principals again about this, there was only one principal who had a concern, but it was a very mild concern, and it wasn't shared. So I left it in. The only other thing I'll mention here is that, as Val pointed out, the AG's office is considering their own PED policy, and the standard that they're considering is bell to bell, which is of the four standards is the most restrictive. However, it's not clear to me what the timeline for consideration of this policy is. It could be short, it could be years. So it's my suggestion that we consider passing this proposal if it meets with interest from the committee now, and then we amend it to bring it into compliance with any future policy that the state passes.
Jesse?
Yeah, I had one change in rereading it, and that was that in this particular version of the policy, when it discusses caregivers and parents, it somehow only discusses them in terms of caregivers. So I did a little checking through the policy manual online, and I'll just give you 5 examples of what they say today in other policies. So in the Student Code of Conduct, that's current, that term is parent/guardian 72 times. In the student admissions policy, it mentions the word parent 8 times. In assignment of students to schools, the only reference to the adult is a parent. In the wellness policy, it says parent caregivers 7 of 8 times, 1 time is just a parent. And in the substance use prevention and education policy, it mentions parents guardian once and parent once. So it's my recommendation that to be as inclusive as possible and to respect the traditional family lives also where adults are called the parents, that we just modify the 2 or 3 places where it occurs. I think it's all in the illustrative consequence section, and just move to change the word caregivers to parents/caregivers.
So is that a motion?
Yes.
I'll second that.
All right, is there any discussion on that before we vote to amend?
Are you doing it just for this policy or
Yes.
throughout the book?
No, I think as we get to other policies over time, we'll
Well, we could just
make the
determine to
changes.
do it if people feel strongly, I don't know.
Yeah.
What he's saying is that this is the exception, that parent caregiver is the standard language.
Is what's the, oh, I thought you said there
Yeah.
were differences.
It largely depends on when the policy was last revised.
Part of that also, and I think in doing some research on it, what I found was that for school communications, using a phrase like parent/caregiver can be the safest choice when you want to be comprehensive and respectful of all family structures. It's formal enough to be clear while acknowledging different roles in a child's life.
Can I just suggest, I'm neutral on this topic, can I suggest perhaps making the motion to pass the policy pending?
Yeah, sure, of
changing?
course. Yeah.
Okay.
That was the idea, yeah. Yeah, just as a
Rather
suggestion.
than just to move the change.
Yeah, I guess no one has moved the policy
Yeah.
yet, so there's really no need to vote separately on the.
Can we?
Okay.
But when would this go into effect, and how does something like this go into effect?
So it would go into effect immediately, and it would be placed into the policy manual. And I'm
And
sorry.
what's the communication? How does that work?
I don't know. Betsy, how do we communicate the passage of a new policy?
I don't have a lot of experience with
Yes.
So principals, I guess, would be responsible for communicating with their communities and teachers.
I mean, I can write to the principals after the meeting.
I'm not
and
meaning
let
to
them
be
know.
prescriptive. I'm literally just curious. That's fine. I was just curious.
I mean, since it's a school-wide, a district-wide one as compared to the ones we got after the summer from each of the principals, probably Dr. Guillory, maybe in the superintendent's newsletter, because it's a sweeping district policy, might be another way of letting people know through your official channel.
Yeah. In fact, it's probably best to communicate through Dr. Guillory to the principals as well. So.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. Yeah. I would move that we accept the policy as we see it with the 2 changes for the word caregiver to become parent/caregiver.
I think it's more than just in the illustrative consequences, so I would just do a blanket change throughout the
wherever-
document.
Yeah, wherever it is.
Is there a second? I'll second if no one else has spoken up. Any further discussion? Suzanne?
Yeah, I would just hope that when we do get the state policy, we make sure that this is in alignment with that.
This would have to be strengthened, because of the bell-to-bell.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know
At
what.
their
else
end,
this is,
but it could be,
But whatever we
when we
can-
looked into it, I think Val updated us, it could be a very long time, if ever, if it
That's
passes.
whatever
But
that
we would
is.
be sensitive to that, of course, yeah.
And we also might just want to take a look at this, I don't know, 6 months, a year from now, just to see if it's working in our schools.
Just for the school committee's possible interest, limited use was the second most restrictive, the second least restrictive. That's the BHS standard. The third, there was the first category. The second category was what BHS is being proposed to be. Off and away for our K-8s is the third category, and bell to bell, which is being proposed by the AG for all schools at all levels, is the most restrictive category.
Okay, thanks.
All right. I can't remember now. Have we voted?
No.
We haven't.
Not
Yeah.
Not yet.
It's getting late, sorry. All right, let's start with Jesse.
Yes.
Sarah?
Yes.
Stephen?
Yes.
Suzanne?
Yes.
Helen?
Yes.
Carolyn?
Yes.
Val?
Yes.
Mariah?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. So Dr. Guillory, would you communicate this to building leaders and anyone else who might be involved in implementing? Okay, thank you. All right, this takes us to subcommittee and liaison reports. I would suggest not having those unless somebody has something very urgent to report. Okay, would anyone like to raise new business?
Andy, I just want to, can I just do one quick thing?
Yep. Mhm.
Just an FYI for finance that we are looking at holding a brief finance meeting next week. So we are not going to cover budget stuff. We're going to do other finance business. Or not next week, whenever it was scheduled to be. I can't remember if it's next week or the week after, but we will have a meeting. That's all.
Betsy's saying it is next week. Okay, thanks, Mariah. All right, so I now move to.
Was there a new business?
Well, I asked for new business. I thought that was new business. Anybody else have new business?
Well, go ahead, Carolyn. Then.
Oh, it sounds like, okay, Carolyn, Jesse have new business.
Well,
Okay.
this is like in the new business. I sort of feel like Batya, our student coordinator, our student representative. So can I make Kieran? I'm sorry. Yeah, maybe that's his last. Was that? I'm sorry. What's that? It's on his jersey.
That's his last name.
Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, I just wanted to mention in the good news story at the Hayes International Night last Friday afternoon, I spoke with Dr. Sebelius, the principal, about the fact that Passover was coming up this coming weekend, and had anybody thought about putting up some educational poster about an upcoming religious holiday at the school? The reason I followed up with him, the reason I spoke with him is when I came in to see the International Night and participate, there was a Ramadan poster there, and then Ramadan ended recently, and I suggested, what about Passover as a next holiday to have a poster up? And he said, sounds like a great idea. And so I pitched it to a couple of parents and let the parents run with it. And the result is that tomorrow, both at Hayes and at FRR, there'll be 2 English posters, going up. Principal Whitmore approved it this afternoon as well, was what a message I got from a parent. And there are 2 posters that were made, so they're going to Hayes and FRR. But there is really nothing to stop us from asking the parents that have raised their hand to do it at their two schools, to reach out to maybe the other schools too. And the poster is available as like a PDF, so it can be printed and then perhaps distributed next week in the rest of the schools. But it's a start, and the parents were happy to do it, and both principals were very supportive. So it's going to happen tomorrow. Thanks.
Thank you.
Well, just a nice news, okay? So on Saturday night, I was able to go to the Teen Center Gala, and our former principal, both of ninth grade, when it was over at Old Lincoln, and Pierce School, Piper Smith Mumford, was honored at the event. And it was really a very nice community event. And so I just wanted to let everybody know. And also, Steps of Success is having their gala on May 4th, what the Saturday of that weekend. I think it's May 3rd, excuse me, May 3rd. So, and that'll be at the high school. If you guys remember, we approved it at the Tappan, 22 Tappan.
Okay, Carolyn?
I have a couple.
Oh.
So one is, can we confirm when our next meeting is?
Betsy, it was the first week of May, right? Or was it, no, it's right after April vacation, right? Yeah, okay. Is it May 1st?
Okay.
No.
So I'll just say, again, sorry, I'll say, because I want to say this in open session, I've said it in email, I wish that we would be meeting next week. I don't know if April vacation necessarily prohibits us from meeting. I know I'm the one who said not Thursday, but I don't know if town hall is closed on the 24th or whether that's a possibility. But generally speaking, I think given the circumstances, that I'm not super comfortable with that long between meetings. And I'll just piggyback on that by saying, which I think I said last week also, I'm not personally confident that all options have been exhausted outside of the classroom. I've emailed specifics to the place where I've been told to email them. I think there's, I'm not convinced that all options have been exhausted. I think there should be more offered in central administration, potential for freezing unaligned raises, more revenue generation with rental income from school properties. And I've got one more thing that I just have to say. I don't enjoy saying this. We've had 3 principal searches ongoing, FRR and Pierce and Baker. The Baker search appears to have been concluded without the promised, in writing and in policy and practice, community opportunity for staff and community to meet the finalists. We've heard from several Baker community members about that. I've heard from people personally, I've heard from staff personally, and I think it's really unfortunate that that process was bypassed, and I object to that, and I'm unsatisfied with that process that deprived the community to have the opportunity to meet the finalists as the other 2 school communities just had in their searches.
Since this is new business, I guess no one can respond because we can't deliberate. So Carolyn, I suppose you have the last word. I would like to raise one item of business, which is I think we maybe should revote the OEE vote that we took, just to reflect the fact that some of the money we were voting on was from the Brookline Education Foundation. And like we can't repurpose that at will. So Mariah, do you have a more precise formulation of this in mind?
Or, so just to recall to people, there was the general fund and then there was the Title I funding and the BEF funding associated with OEE. And BEF subsequently told us that they would not allow us to reallocate those funds that were for 23,500. And so I don't know if it needs to be a vote, but probably it does, that we need to revote to not reallocate the BEF funds for a different purpose.
Yeah, I mean, really, I should have brought this up under budget, because like I'm not sure that we can take a vote now, as Suzanne is pointing out, under new business.
Well, it's not a new business. It was supposed to be under the budget, but it went so fast, I forgot to say something at the end. So we're just going back to that moment in the budget discussion. This is still part of the budget. It's just that I didn't speak up in time.
I mean, now that our intention is pretty clear, I'm not sure there's any particular urgency about actually voting it.
Can you explain again why it has to be voted? I didn't.
Mariah, you want to address Jesse's question?
I mean, the reason I think it needs to be voted is because we originally voted to reallocate, so we essentially need to rescind the prior vote to reallocate. We don't have to. I can just discuss the budget.
Yeah, but that wasn't in the motion.
I thought we voted
was
just
in the
to
motion.
not take the funds.
No, it was in the motion because there was the original 330 and change or whatever it was. I have this in the spreadsheet. And then we added the 44,000 of Title I funding that was going to be for equity leads. We reallocated that. And then we also voted to take the 23.5 from the BEF and reallocate that.
So you're saying that the 23.5 cannot be reallocated?
Correct.
Oh,
It's just not, is it clawed back or is it they just don't give it to us?
The second one.
Yeah, they're not going to give
We're
it to us.
basically saying
We're not going to
not
accept a
accepting the
grant.
grant.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay.
Right. So I think we probably can't vote it now, but I think the
Why?
need to do it because this is new business now, and unfortunately, you and I both forgot to raise it under the properly docketed heading.
Yeah, but why can't we just go backwards a little bit?
Because we're no longer under that item, like
Oh my
we're on to new business, right? And I regret having forgotten about it at the time. But I think it's clear that we need to do this. We will probably do it without any controversy at a meeting in the near future.
One quick question under new business. I saw that there was a school committee meeting docketed for next week. Is that not real then? For next Thursday?
Oh, right. Well, there had been one for next Thursday, but then next Thursday wasn't going to work. And so we kind of revised the planning so that we tried to get everything done for now at tonight's meeting.
Okay, thank you.
And so given the next meeting on May 1st, is that what it is right now? That's 3 weeks from tonight. That's that Thursday. Do you have the, oh, bless you. Are there, we asked Base to come back with a model and, you know, your request there. Are there other categories that we have not yet worked on that are going to be showing up then? And the building maintenance? I mean, what are the, like, I mean, in terms of like.
That's why I didn't docket a meeting for next week, because it's really not clear what we'd be talking about.
Well, that's what I'm asking is what sort of, in your mind, are those next categories? Carolyn said we're sort of out of categories, or like, she's proposed some, but hasn't heard back yet, and then we're sort of, that's what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah, I think things, for me right now, things are pretty open-ended. I mean, on Monday, we're going to the town school partnership. We'll update them on what we've done so far. I look forward to hearing, you know, from our town partners at that point, and just take it from there. Right?
Okay.
And if it becomes necessary to have a meeting before May 1st, I think we would schedule one, even if it were during vacation week, you know, if it were really urgent to do it.
Thank you.
Helen?
The other piece that will happen, hopefully in the next 2 weeks, and Val can probably correct me if I'm wrong, is the House budget will come out. And that may be different than the governor's budget, hopefully more. In years past, it's always been more. This year, and that's usually with Republican governors, but, you know, we can still hope that there may be some more revenue that would come in, and that would be a big help.
Yeah, that's right, Helen. It's usually just before, or just after school vacation.
I was going to basically agree with Carolyn that I really do feel like I hear what you're saying, Andy, about you don't necessarily know what we talk about, but I feel like it would be beneficial to at least poll membership for availability on Wednesday and perhaps the following week and just get it like, so even just put it on the calendar, cancel it if you need to, but have it be on the calendar so we can get a quorum.
All right, I don't see any downside in polling, so we can at least do that.
We could make the finance a double posted meeting if, like you said, the finance is meeting next Wednesday.
It's gonna be super short, if that's what Betsy's talking about. It would be like probably half an hour or something. So don't let finance hold us up.
Okay.
So it could, are you saying it could be a double meeting? Yeah, okay.
All right, I don't see any harm in polling. So if, members might be interested in next Wednesday and the following Wednesday, just to check for availability. Yeah. All right.
To just say one thing or relate, I can't guarantee Big is going to be available, so we might be on Zoom then.
Yeah, Betsy is saying that she can't guarantee that Big would be available, so it might just be a Zoom call. All right, any further new business? With that, I move to meet in executive session pursuant to Mass General Laws, Chapter 30A, Section 21A, for the following purposes. Purpose 2, to conduct a strategy session in preparation for negotiations with non-union personnel, superintendent. And Purpose 7, to review and approve executive session minutes from the April 2nd, 2025 meeting. Is there a second?
I second.
Thanks, Suzanne. Jesse?
We're not coming back to.
Yeah, Jesse?
Yes.
Sarah?
Yes.
Stephen?
Yes.
Suzanne?
Yes.
Helen?
Yes.
Carolyn?
Yes.
Mariah?
Yes.
Val?
Yes.
And I vote yes. We will not be returning to open session. Good night, everyone.
Recording stopped.